Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more live coverage of the situation in the Middle East. We have and bring you updates on what's going on as Israel anticipates a coming attack on it by Iran and also by Hezbollah, maybe both at the same time. So we're going to bring you the latest updates on this. You may notice that the current camera I have posted is an Israel-Gaza border camera, which probably is not the best live camera to be looking at right now. The problem is that both of the major news agencies I pay for the live footage have the vast majority of their live feeds taken up with various cameras dedicated to the Olympics closing ceremony. I kid you not. So it appears that I don't have any access right now to a Tel Aviv feed, which I normally would. I don't have a Jerusalem feed. Probably most importantly, I don't have access to a Lebanon-Israel border feed because these news agencies have almost all of their live feeds dedicated to people at the stadium for the closing ceremony of the Olympics. So if an attack were to happen in the next couple hours, I hope it never happens, but if it were to happen in the next couple hours, it might take a little while to get a live shot because, again, they just have all of these feeds devoted to the Olympics closing ceremony. And it's not even the live ceremony, by the way. They don't have that. It's just like people outside the ceremony. Anyways, so I'm hoping that maybe they'll switch soon to at least put one feed up. But it's frustrating, you know. But what can I do? I mean, I know there's a lot of interest in the Olympics. So I get why they want to have coverage of the closing ceremony. But, you know, have at least one shot of the Israel-Lebanon border or Tel Aviv. Anyways, so, and it's not like the shots of the closing ceremony are even of the closing ceremony. But I do not control what they show. So let's hope that we don't miss anything on the live feeds. But for now, the only shot I have for you is Israel-Gaza border. If Hezbollah or Iran attacks Israel, my guess is that most of that attack is not coming from the Gaza border. So the closing ceremony begins, I think, it's beginning at like 4 or 3? 3 Eastern time, I think. So anyways, as you can tell, I'm not in, what's that? What are we looking at? Is that a car? Looks like maybe we're looking at a car. That light there that just moved and stopped, I think that's a car. As you can tell, I'm not in the best mood because I would much prefer having access to the usual live cameras so we can see what's going on, rather than 9 cameras of people walking outside the closing ceremony. But again, so eventually during the coverage, I fully expect to get more cameras. Once the 10 cameras showing people outside the closing ceremony stop going. There aren't many live cameras. I don't know of any live cameras in Gaza. Once in a while, there's a live camera in Gaza. I don't have any right now. But literally, this is the only Israel camera I have right now. It's just like people walking outside the closing ceremony. I have some updates for you, but again, I apologize that this is the only camera we have right now. There's nothing I can do about it. I want to say thanks to our moderators. Ruth Krafasi and Sarah55 are there on YouTube. Thank you. Carms is there. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Cynthia Moon over there moderating. Thank you. I actually wrote to one of the news agencies and said, would you consider switching from the Gaza camera to the Gaza border to the Lebanon border? Because it's much more likely that we would see something at the Lebanon border than the Gaza border. My guess is that that won't really do much, my email, but I tried. Hang on a second here. Hey, thanks to our Twitch moderators. I got that fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much. Thank you also to ProClicker for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate that. And thanks to our Facebook moderators, like Ronald Egnor, Charlotte Webb. Thank you. Yeah, this shot here you're looking at is it's a shot of Israel, but it's right near the border of Gaza. So during the day you could see Gaza in the back there, but better than nothing, I guess. But for what we're covering, it would be much preferable to have one of the other cameras, but none of them are available at this moment. Okay. So I will tell you this, that the news agency that I wrote to very nicely messaged me back and said they are planning on showing the Israel-Lebanon border view, but the schedule is TBD. Again, the live footage agencies, they can't show an infinite number of live feeds. They're limited on how many they can go out with. And right now, almost all of their live feeds are people arriving for Olympics closing ceremony, Olympics closing ceremony stadium, Olympics Paris skyline, Olympic street view. You know what I'm saying? And it's not even the closing ceremony. It's just, it's possible that once the closing ceremony starts, that these cameras will go down, and then they'll put back up the normal feeds they have. But eventually, we're supposed to get the Lebanon border feed, which would be great. So I will keep monitoring. And the closing ceremony starts at what? 3 p.m. local Eastern time? Must be 3. Yes, the closing ceremony starts at 3 p.m. Local time. It's supposed to last, according to NBC, a little over 2 hours. All right, give me a moment here. All right, I want to start by mentioning a report I saw to you. Oh, and also I want to thank Gerard Robinson, Gerard Robeson, our new member. Thanks, Gerard Robson. Gerard Robson. Josh Barnes, thank you, Josh, for your support as a member. Debbie James, thanks for the gift membership. Thank you so much to Chris Canada, Quebec City. Thanks, Chris. And also Paul L. Thank you so much, Paul, for your support. So there was an interesting report from Barak Ravid. There was an interesting report from Barak Ravid, which I want to show you. Barak Ravid is a Israeli reporter who also works for Axios and for CNN and for Walla News, I think. So here is what Barak Ravid posted. He said, "The updated assessment of the Israeli intelligence community is that Iran has decided to attack Israel directly in retaliation for the assassination of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh, and may do so within days, even before the August 15th hostage deal talks, per two sources." Now, Barak Ravid is certainly somebody to pay attention to. He is very well sourced, and he is reliable. So again, Barak Ravid says, the updated two sirens, the updated assessment of the Israeli intelligence community is that Iran has decided to attack Israel directly in retaliation for the assassination of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh, and may do so within days, even before the August 15th hostage deal talks, per two sources. Now, note that that doesn't say anything about Hezbollah. Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy force in Lebanon, but they are expected to also attack Israel because Israel assassinated a top Hezbollah commander back on July 30th. So that's talking about Iran directly attacking Israel. I believe he was the first one to have either when Iran attacked Israel or Israel responded to Iran in April, he was the first one who had it, like when it was actually going on. He also posted something else he posted some more about that I'm going to show you. Here, check this out. He posted a series of posts in Hebrew, but I just translated it. So if I can show you this. Oops. So the top post is the one I just read you, but this is a series of 3 posts he made. This is translated from Hebrew. The latest assessment that is formed in the Israeli intelligence community is the last day is that Iran has decided to attack Israel directly in revenge for the assassination of the head of the Hamas political bureau, Ismail Haniyeh, and may do so in the coming days, even before the negotiations on the hostage deal, ceasefire negotiations, according to two sources familiar with the matter. Why is this important? Both sources told me this is a change in the assessment of recent days that international pressure on Iran is restraining it from carrying out a direct attack against Israel. Yes, but a source privy to the details said that the situation is still fluid and the internal debate in Iran continues, and it is possible that Iranian decision-making will still change. Behind the scenes, a source privy to the details said in recent days there has been an internal debate in Iran between the Revolutionary Guards and the new Iranian president and his people regarding the nature and timing of the response to the assassination of Haniyeh. The Revolutionary Guards pushed for a stronger and broader response than the April strike by Israel, while the Iranian president and his advisors believed a severe response should be avoided. So anyways, Barak Ravid is reporting that The Israeli intelligence community believes Iran has decided to attack Israel directly and may do so in the coming days, even before the August 15th planned ceasefire negotiations. So that's a big story. That's a big story there. You know, it's also very interesting. Amakai Stein, who I follow with Khan News, noted this. The IDF spokesperson posted this shortly after Barak Ravid reported that Iran was planning on directly striking Israel. The IDF spokesperson Daniel Hagari posted this. Following the latest publications regarding Iran's plans, I think that should be, maybe the correct word is reports. This is a translation. So I think he's saying something like, following the latest reports about Iran's plans, we clarify that at this stage there is no change in the directives of the Home Front Command. Home Front Command is the government body that is there to protect civilians, and they're the ones who would say, like, hey, everybody, go to your shelter. So there's been no change in terms of instructions for civilians, no extra protective instructions for civilians right now in Israel. The IDF and the security establishment monitor our enemies and the developments in the Middle East with an emphasis on Iran and Hezbollah, and constantly assess the situation. IDF forces are deployed and prepared in high readiness. If it becomes necessary to change the instructions, we will update about it in an orderly message on the official channels. So no official change, no like extra precautions so far ordered for Israeli civilians. That could change, obviously. Excuse me. Again, at some point, we're supposed to have the Israel-Lebanon camera back. As I mentioned earlier, the news agencies, the major news agencies where I buy my live feeds from, almost all of their live feeds now are about the Olympics closing ceremony. So the normal feeds of Israel that I've been showing you are not available at the moment because they are all showing like shots of the crowd outside the stadium at the closing ceremony. I'm not kidding you. Once those feeds stop, I'm sure they will put back up the Israel feeds. So hopefully there's nothing really big going on in the sky that we would normally see on our live feeds before we get those feeds back. Because this is the only one I have. And again, I don't anticipate much. If Iran and Hezbollah or Hezbollah attack Israel, I don't expect much to be coming from Gaza. The Israeli military has been conducting operations in Gaza for like close to a year. I don't think there's going to be a big attack from Gaza. But this is the one shot I have at the moment. Hey, a quick thanks to Red. Red, we will address the Ukrainian Kursk incursion in a bit. It's not the topic. We will talk about it in a bit. we will have some updates on that. Thank you. And also, I appreciate your support, Red. Thank you so much. Also, thanks to JSpike. JSpike says, remember 12 hours ago when Iran said their response was hours away? Well, just to be clear, the Iran officially did not say their response was hours away. There was one person, I don't know if it was a member of parliament or something like that, but they were not speaking for the country, that they said something about hours. But there was not an official pronunciation from Iran that their response was hours away. I think maybe one Iranian, I don't know if it was a member of parliament or official, at some point said something like in the coming hours or something like that. That what it was. I think it was they said in the coming hours. So I know what you're saying, but I just want to clarify that it's not like the supreme leader said, we are going to strike in hours. Thank you so much, JSpike, for your support. Yes, I just looked it up. It actually was a TV anchor. It was a state TV anchor. It wasn't even an official. Because Iran International had posted about it. This was 8 days ago. It was an Iranian state TV anchor who said, in coming hours, the world will witness extraordinary scenes and very important developments. So to be fair, the government didn't say, a state TV anchor said it, but I just want to be clear on what happened. Thank you, JSpike. Thank you also, Kelly C, for becoming a member. Hang on a second, I want to check something here. I'm seeing a couple things. Just give me a second here, guys. Hamas posted some message, I guess. So I want to talk about that. Just give me a moment here. Let me figure out what's going on here. I can show you the Hamas message, probably. Hamas issued a statement about the ceasefire negotiations. Hang on. Yeah, I gotta read. There's a new statement by Hamas, and I'm trying to figure out what it all means. So, hang on. Let me figure this out. I'm going to show you what Hamas just said. They just posted a statement. Okay, here is what Hamas said. I'm going to show you this. This is Hamas just came out with a statement on their Telegram. That's the statement right there. So, sorry. Let's see. Since the beginning of the aggression, the Islamic resistance movement Hamas has been keen to ensure the success of the efforts of the mediating brothers in Egypt and Qatar to reach a ceasefire and agreement to end the genocidal war on people. It's a firm support. All right. So they're saying in the first paragraph, they say we've been trying to reach a ceasefire agreement. Basically, that's what they've been saying. You know, just whatever. I just want to get to what the import here is. The movement went through many rounds of negotiations and provided all the necessary flexibility and positivity in order to achieve the goals and interests of our people, spare their blood and stop the genocide around them, thus opening the way for prisoner exchange, relief to our people, the return of the displaced, and the reconstruction of what was destroyed by the aggressors. In this context, the movement agreed to a proposal on May 6th and welcomed Biden's announcement on May 31st in the UN Security Council resolution on 2735 in this regard, which the enemy met with rejection and continued massacres against our people, and continued to affirm its position that it was not serious about a permanent ceasefire, and its aggressive practices were truly our people are practical proof of this. Fine. Although we and the mediating brothers in Egypt and Qatar are aware of the true intentions and positions of the occupation and its prime minister, the movement responded to the recent agreement dated July 2nd, which the enemy faced with new conditions that were not presented throughout the negotiation process, and went on to escalate its aggression against our people and commit more crimes. The massacres leading to the assassination of the leader of our movement, the martyr leader Ismail Haniyeh, may God have mercy on him, in confirmation of his intentions to continue the aggression and not reach a ceasefire agreement. So they're basically saying that Israel does not want to reach a ceasefire agreement. Even after the announcement of the tripartite statement, the enemy Israel committed a heinous crime and committed a massacre against displaced people in the Al-Tabain school. That is that incident where we were talking about this yesterday, where Israel conducted an airstrike on a school being used by a shelter. Palestinian officials claim around 100 people died. Israel said that didn't happen, and Israel said it wasn't as much damage as Palestinians claimed, and said that they were going after a Hamas command center. Okay, anyway, so they mentioned that, and they say, they said it led to the martyrdom of more than 100 civilians and the wounding of more than 250 of them. Okay, what does the last paragraph say? What does the last paragraph say here? The last paragraph says, from Hamas, in light of this, and out of concern and responsibility towards our people and their interests, Hamas calls on the mediators to present a plan to implement what they presented to us and agreed to on July 2nd, based on Biden's vision in the Security Council resolution, and to oblige Israel to do so, instead of going to further rounds of negotiations or new proposals, provide cover for Israel's aggression and give it more time to perpetuate the genocidal war against our people. So what it seems like they're saying is, they're saying, we don't want new negotiations. We don't want new proposals. We agreed to something on July 2nd, and just do that. Do what we agreed to before. I don't know the details on all this. So I don't know if this means they're just not showing up for the talks that are supposed to be on August 15th. But what they're saying here is basically, we don't want to do further rounds of negotiations or have new proposals. This is from Hamas on their Telegram. So does that mean they're not showing up for the negotiations? Yeah, so Barak Ravid says Hamas announced that it refuses to participate in the hostage deal negotiations on August 15th. That's how Barak Ravid is seeing it. So, and he knows what he's talking about. By the way, because I see some people mentioning this, so I just want to mention it. Live UA Map, which posts about Ukraine stuff and I think is reliable, they say that Russian troops have set something on fire, reportedly tires, at the Zaporizhia power plant. Yeah, Russian occupation troops who are occupying, part of Ukraine, have reportedly set something on fire, reportedly tires, at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. I don't know why they did it. Factual News says Ukrainian authorities say Russian-occupied Zaporizhia nuclear plant is operating normally after Russian forces allegedly start a large fire in vicinity of plant cooling tower. So I'll get you an update on that as well. I'll get you an update on both things. Let me go back again. Unfortunately, the only Israel shot I have right now is literally Gaza-Israel border, because the news agencies I pay for feeds but the news agencies I pay for feeds have almost all their feeds are Olympics closing ceremony related feeds. So for the moment, almost all their feeds are showing that, and their normal feeds of Israel are not posted at the moment because they have all these feeds of like people standing outside the closing ceremony. So hopefully those feeds, now that people have gone inside, they'll start switching some of them back. But I don't have access to the normal feeds at the moment because, again, it's like 10 of the 11 feeds are about the Olympics closing ceremony. And not even of the closing ceremony, mind you. They're not even feeds of the actual closing ceremony. So as soon as I get the regular feed, I only have this one of the Israel-Gaza border, which doesn't really do us that much good when we're waiting to see if Iran or Hezbollah does something. They're not going to be doing it from Gaza, presumably. So I just want to let you know that that's why that feed is up there. As soon as I have another one, I'll give it to you. You know, I don't know with that announcement by Hamas, saying that, seeming to say that they're not going to participate in the ceasefire talks this week. I don't know that Iran was going to really... Iran wasn't in the ceasefire talks. And these ceasefire talks were just like announced last week. So I don't know that Iran was going to wait for the ceasefire talks, or Hezbollah was going to wait for the ceasefire talks to launch some sort of strike. But if they were, well, there might not be ceasefire talks this week. I don't know. By the way, the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine, which currently is occupied by Russian troops, and today they have set some kind of fire, possibly tires on fire, at the power plant. That power plant is not generating power and is mostly shut down. If you go to Wikipedia, it says, since its capture, the plant does not generate power and is mostly shut down. I don't know if them setting the fire, I don't know if they're setting a smoky fire at this nuclear plant in occupied Ukraine is some sort of response to Ukraine conducting that incursion into Kursk, Russia, which they have been doing this week, and some kind of, meant to be some kind of weird threat. I do not know. Some vague threat that if you keep coming into our territory, we're going to do something to the nuclear plant or something. I don't know. Quick thanks to Anna for the gift membership, and also Lady Mel, our new member. Thank you. Catherine of Sweden, thanks for the gift membership. Thank you, Shadow6530. And the Speedrun Spartan, thank you. Also Kelly C., our member. In case you missed it, this is big news. Barak Ravid, Israeli reporter, reporting that the updated assessment of the Israeli intelligence community is that Iran has decided to attack Israel directly in retaliation for the assassination of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh, and may do so within days even before the August 15th ceasefire talks which might not even happen, per two sources. I know some of you think that an Iran or Hezbollah attack might come on the 12th or 13th, because sundown on the 12th, I believe, till sundown on the 13th in Israel is this day of fasting called Tisha B'Av, where Israel remembers some historical tragedies for the Jewish people. So it's kind of like a holiday. I mean, depending on how you use the word holiday. But I guess in one definition of holiday, you could call it a holiday, a fasting holiday. So some people think it would start on that day, which would start at the end of the day on the 12th. I have no idea if that's true. Wikipedia says it's an annual fast day in Judaism on which a number of disasters in Jewish history occurred. No, that would be the nighttime on the 12th, not the morning on the 12th. It's the evening of the 12th. Right now it is the evening of the 11th in Israel. Hang on one moment here. Hamakor says it begins at the evening of the 12th and goes till the evening of the 13th. Wikipedia said the holiday of Tisha B'Av, from the evening of the 12th till the evening of the 13th, is regarded as the saddest day on the Jewish calendar. Again, we are waiting to get other shots in from Israel. At the moment, almost all of the news agency live streams are taken up with shots dedicated to the Olympics closing ceremony. But we should hopefully, at some point, not too far in the future, have additional shots from Israel, like we normally would. But at the moment, it's all closing ceremony stuff. All right, let me try to get you some more updates on what is going on here. Oh, Zelensky posted about something. Hang on a second. Let me show you something. Let me show you something here, or tell you something. Zelensky posted something. Here, let me show you what he posted. Guys, look. This is from Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. We have recorded from Nikopol, I believe that's Nikopol, Ukraine, that the Russian occupiers have started a fire on the territory of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. That is a major nuclear power plant which is not currently producing power. It's not producing power. And it's on, it is currently occupied by Russian troops. Part of Russian-occupied Ukraine. So they have started a fire on the territory of the plant. Currently, radiation levels are within the norm. However, as long as the Russian terrorists maintain control over the nuclear plant, the situation is not and cannot be normal. Since the first day of the plant's seizure, I believe that was 2 years ago, around or towards the start of the invasion, Russia has been using the plant only to blackmail Ukraine, all of Europe, and the world. We are waiting for the world to react, waiting for the IAEA to react. Russia must be held accountable for this. Only Ukrainian control over the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant can guarantee a return to normalcy and complete safety. So that is an update from President Zelensky. Again, I don't know the purpose of that fire. It might be some sort of vague threat. Without explicitly saying it, maybe the idea is, hey, Ukraine, we know you've been going into Kursk, Russia, and taking territory the last few days. Keep it up and we'll blow up this nuclear plant or something. You know, but it's not actually putting it into words. I wonder if it's something, if that's what it's meant to be. But I can't tell you for sure. checking some of your comments as well. Here's a story about what Hamas is saying right now. Let me show you that. Again, Hamas posted a message about a half an hour ago which seemed to suggest it's not going to show up for the ceasefire talk scheduled for the 15th. So let me show you something about that. From Reuters, Hamas wants Gaza mediation based on past talks. Reuters says Palestinian militant group Hamas on Sunday asked mediators to present a plan based upon previous talks instead of engaging in new negotiations for a Gaza ceasefire deal. Last week, leaders of the U.S., Egypt, and Qatar called on Israel and Hamas to meet for negotiations on August 15th in either Cairo or Doha to finalize a Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal. Israel said it would send negotiators to take part in the meeting. Hamas initially said it was studying the offer, but has now hinted it may stay out of the new round of talks. The movement calls on the mediators to present a plan to implement what was agreed upon by the movement on July 2nd, based on Biden's vision and the UN Security Council resolution, Hamas said in a statement. The mediators should enforce this on Israel instead of pursuing further rounds of negotiations or new proposals that would provide cover for the occupation's aggression and grant it more time to continue its genocide against our people, the statement said. So, without getting into all of the details of the various proposals, it sounds like Gaza's not showing up for the ceasefire talks. By the way, just a reminder that Israel is widely believed to have assassinated the chief Hamas negotiator, the political head of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran, Iran, less than 2 weeks ago. So I certainly would not be surprised if Hamas is not raring to go on a ceasefire deal. Also, I mean, that aside, my view has been that if both sides wanted a ceasefire, there would have been a ceasefire long ago. And you know, Israel, assuming they did do that, and they're certainly the most likely culprit. You know, Israel would say that, presumably Israel would say, well, it's odd that he was assassinated because of his role in October 7th as the political head of Hamas. But anyways, I certainly would not be surprised if, you know, Israel's assassination of the political leader of Hamas did not help move along ceasefire talks with Hamas. But as I've said many a time, I feel like if they wanted a ceasefire, there'd be a ceasefire. We've been hearing for how many months that a ceasefire is right around the corner, that it's really close, that it's about to happen. Just gotta, oh, we got this new plan. Just gotta work out this last detail. Hey, thanks, Sweetums, for the gift memberships. That's really nice of you. Thanks also to Shadow6530 and Anna and Lady Mel and Catherine of Sweden. Oh, I meant to check this. Somebody mentioned a resignation in Iran. I saw something about that. Let me check that. I saw something about that right as we were coming on the air. Yeah, I'm a little confused about. I mean, this story came out. It came out. I see some various outlets reporting hours ago that an official in the Iranian government has resigned. It seems like there might be some backstory there, some context, and I don't fully get the context. Sky News Arabia posted, for example, that they say Iranian Vice President Mohammad Javad Zarif announces his resignation from his position, but I don't know how many vice presidents they have, and I'd like to know more about the context around this report. So I'm a little unsure of what's happening with it. I certainly would not start reading too much into it before we know the details. There's not much out about it right now. So I will, if I hear more about that, I'll let you know. There's just not a lot of information on it right now, and I don't, again, it seems to lead me like there might be some more context there. It is 10:24 p.m. Israel time. So the closing ceremony should be happening now, right? Am I right about this? Some of you might be watching it on a different monitor. Oh, is this another Hamas statement? Oh, what is this? Another Hamas statement? What is this? Oh, no, that's not really anything that important. People are saying, yes, the closing ceremony is going on. I'm mainly asking because I think once it's over, we'll get a bunch more of Israel cams back like we normally have. But there's a bunch of the news agency cameras that are focused on the closing ceremony right now. Hey, thanks to Bearbomb, our new member. Also, Sweetums, it's so nice of you to give 10 people, more people, memberships over on YouTube. Thank you. And thank you, Yo-Yo, for your support. Thank you, Sweetums, for all the gift memberships. Very kind of you. I do think this is an important... I'm going to read it again because I think it's important. Again, Barak Ravid, Israeli reporter, the updated assessment of the Israel intelligence community is that Iran has decided to attack Israel directly in retaliation for the assassination of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh, and may do so within days, even before the August 15th hostage deal talks, per two sources. Going to see what some Israeli sources, other Israeli sources are saying. By the way, Khan News Israel is taking Hamas's recent message and saying they believe, the way their headline is, Hamas refused to enter into another round of talks on a deal to release hostages. Hey, so Khan News, guys, Khan News has a report right now saying Khan News is reporting the Iranians are determined to attack soon, a wider attack than the April attack. So this is similar to the Barak Ravid report, but has a little more in there. The Iranians are determined to attack soon, a wider attack than the April attack, says Khan News. Khan News says there's an understanding in the Israeli security establishment that Iran intends to attack in a broader way than it did in April. The reason for postponing the attack, according to Tehran, the need to plug security loopholes that were discovered after the assassination of Haniyeh. This is interesting. Khan News says that Israel is preparing for a wider Iranian attack than April. Despite some reports coming out in recent days that Iran is backing down from its threats, the assessment in Israel now is, according to Khan News, that they're going to attack with a bigger attack than April. It is not yet known when the Iranian attack will occur. And by the way, there's also Hezbollah is expected to attack. The Iranian-supported group Hezbollah in Lebanon is expected to attack in response to an Israeli assassination a couple of weeks ago of a Hezbollah top commander. There's that too. Khan News also reports a delegation of the Iranian army arrived in Russia today for a series of meetings. Khan News Israel also reports that a reason for postponing the Iranian attack is they had to basically fix security breaches that were discovered after the assassination of Haniyeh. Remember, the political head of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, was assassinated when he was in Tehran as a guest of the Iranian government, staying in an Iranian government guest house. and there was an explosion that killed him. So clearly some sort of security failure there. Clearly, I mean, if you agree that Israel did it, which seems highly likely, Israel had to have known where exactly he was staying. It's possible that they actually that someone put a bomb in there beforehand. So it's interesting. I'm sure they are trying to figure out the security leaks. The same source told Khan News there were also other reasons for postponing the response. So Barak Ravid is saying Iran is going to directly attack Israel. And Khan News Israel is saying that the Iranians are going to launch a bigger strike than April when they fired over 100 missiles and 170 drones at Israel. Now, I don't know what's going to happen. These reports can say whatever, but it's interesting today that we have this new reporting. Faytux also posted about this Khan News report. I retweeted Face to Faytux News. Who posted about it as well. Jeff D. Retis says, tonight Olympics ends, so you never know. Some of our viewers thought Iran was waiting for the end of the Olympics. I'm not sure why that would be, but some of our viewers thought that. Hey, thank you, Marcus H., for the Try Again sticker. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you also. Sweetums gave more memberships. Wow. Thank you, Sweetums, for all those memberships. Crazy. And Donna Smith gave memberships. And Black Plague gave memberships. People being very generous with the messages. And Sweetums gave more memberships. So thanks all of you. That's really nice of you. Make sure if somebody gives you a membership or a subscription, you thank them. But I really appreciate the generosity in giving other people memberships and subscriptions. Emiliano Jimenez says, could Iran be afraid of the consequences? Certainly. I assume that's a big part of their calculation what to do. I keep looking to see if I have any of the Israel feeds back, but a lot of the feeds are still related to the closing ceremony. So the only Israel feed I have right now is the one from the Gaza border. As soon as I get another one, I will put it up there. Believe me. Normally we have the Lebanon border, Tel Aviv, Jerusalem. Thanks also Ruth Krafasi for the gift membership. Thank you, Ruth. Oh, you know what? I missed this from Barak Ravid. Shout out to eLint News. I missed another post from Barak Ravid. Check this out. So Barak Ravid said a senior Israeli official involved in the negotiations claimed Hamas's statement is a tactical move ahead of a possible attack by Iran and Hezbollah and in an attempt to get better terms for the deal. The official added, if Hamas won't come to the table, we will continue decimating their forces in Gaza. So again, Barak Ravid says a senior Israeli official, Hamas posted a statement like an hour ago, seeming to say that they're not going to do the ceasefire negotiation this week. He says a senior Israeli official claimed Hamas's statement is a tactical move ahead of a possible attack by Iran and Hezbollah in an attempt to get better terms for the deal. So is the idea like, I'm trying to figure this out. Is the idea that Hamas figures that there'll be an attack by Hezbollah in Iran soon, and therefore there won't be ceasefire negotiations anyway, so they might as well say we're not showing up to like try to get a negotiating advantage? I'm not exactly sure what the thinking is. It's interesting, though, to hear the senior Israeli official say ahead of a possible attack by Iran and Hezbollah. But again, maybe something it means is like, well, they figure that there's not going to be any negotiation anyway. So why not just say we're not coming or something? I don't know. Anyways. Thank you to JAD, who gave people memberships on YouTube. Thank you. And also Bear Mom gave memberships. Thank you, Bear Mom. And Sweetums gave 10 more memberships. So generous of you, Sweetums. Thank you. And Dolores Wilson and Ruth Krafasi also gave more memberships. Make sure you thank somebody if they gave you a membership. You know what we have to do is we have to do a poll of when you guys think an attack will happen. We're doing a poll. I got to post the poll on Twitch too. Philip Lundy says, since there's been no red alerts for over 24 hours, I feel it's going to be soon. Is that true? Have there been no? I haven't seen any, but I haven't been. I don't recall on my phone getting any alerts. The last alert on my phone is, oh my gosh. Hold on a second here. I can't tell. Hold on. I'm seeing an alert from a few hours ago. I think there was an alert a few hours ago. Just one, maybe. Then I'm seeing one from like 11 hours ago. So I think there have been a couple from the last 24 hours. You know, not a ton. Oh, I was going to check the poll. Sorry. What are people saying in the poll? Our YouTube viewers say 30% tonight there'll be an attack, 22% tomorrow, 27% later, 21% never. And then our Twitch viewers say 34%, 36% tonight, 14% tomorrow, 18% later, 31% say never. When I say tomorrow, that is supposed to include tomorrow night. Hang on a second here. Oopsie. Let's go here. Hold on a second here. That got done. There. Oopsie. There. Well, people are split, I would say, as usual. We'll see what happens. All right, I'm going to thank you for voting in the poll. Barry says the numbers looked closer this time. No, tonight includes everything until the morning. Everything. It's only 10:43 p.m. there, so it includes, you know, if it happens at 5 a.m., I count that as tonight. Hey, thanks a moment of lovely for your support on Twitch. Thanks Rick1111 for your support on Twitch, and Bourbon Ace, thanks for subscribing on Twitch, and John905R, thank you for subscribing on Twitch, and Pro Clicker as well. Thanks for subscribing on Twitch. As I mentioned, I'm still waiting to get the some more streams from Israel and Lebanon. There have been less than normal the last couple hours because there's been a lot of live streams from the news agencies relating to the closing ceremony of the Olympics, which is going on right now. But shortly, hopefully, I get some more streams, and not just the one of the Israel-Gaza border. I would especially like to have the Lebanon-Israel stream back, and we are supposed to get it back, but the closing ceremony is still going on, so there's a bunch of live streams devoted to that. Hey, thanks to and I hear a motorcycle, I think, on this stream. Thanks to Pony Boy for the gift memberships, and Cruella for the gift memberships, and Sweetums for more gift memberships. Wow. Sweetums says gifts. Random folks. Thank you, Sweetums. And Cynthia Zade gave gift memberships. Make sure you thank anybody who gave you a gift membership. That's really nice of you. Thanks also to Millennial Diligence for your support. And Jazz Cat gave gift memberships. Jazz Cat 46. Thank you, Weebus Trash. That's really kind of you. Thanks for your note as well. And also Back Garden Astronomy. Back Garden Astronomy says, I think the Hamas statement saying they will not attend talks August 15th is very telling. Maybe they know it's coming between now and then. Yeah, you know, I do think Back Garden Astronomy, it's very interesting that they came out with that statement today. Another thing you might say is, here's something I was thinking. If Hamas thinks that Iran and Hezbollah and whoever else wants to attack soon, if Hamas comes out and says, we're not showing up for negotiations this week, then maybe what it does is it gets Iran and Hezbollah off the hook for people blaming them and say like, oh, Hamas and Hezbollah, Iran and Hezbollah, there were these negotiations coming up and you wrecked it with your attack on Israel. Now, personally, that to me would not be a great, that would not be a very justified criticism, because there's been negotiations going on for months and months and months and months, and I think if there was really going to be a ceasefire and both sides wanted it, there would be. So I don't think Hamas and Hezbollah would be the ones wrecking the chances of a ceasefire if they attacked a ceasefire where there's been negotiations for months and months and months. But at the same time, if Hamas says we're not showing up for the negotiations, then it gives people less of a reason to criticize Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran for messing up the negotiations if they launch an attack. So that was something I was thinking. I don't know if that's why they're doing it, but then nobody now if Hezbollah or Iran launches an attack the next few days, it's harder for people to say you messed up the negotiations when Hamas already just said today basically we're not showing up. Our viewer Miadoff1313 says looks like it will be in the next couple days. It's also, it's just like they did make this statement today. So it's very possible that the timing of that Hamas statement is based on their belief, based on whatever they've heard from whoever, that there's going to be an attack happening soon. Hey, but I don't know that for sure, but it's certainly very possible. Thank you so much to Marnie for our new member, and also Harper Ann for your support, and PZ Papa Zulu for more gift memberships, and Marnie gave a gift membership as well. And let's shout out our moderators who are here in the chat rooms. They are awesome. They are always here, keeping the chat respectful and civil. Ruth Krafasi, thank you, Ruth, for moderating over there on YouTube right now. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Over there on Twitch. I got that fire, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. And on Facebook, Charlotte Webb is there. Thank you, Charlotte, for moderating. And Ronald Egnor. Thank you, Ronald. What is? Oh, that's like a. I was like, what is that? That looks like a car on the Gaza shot, the Gaza border shot. One of our viewers said this is Stay Road. It might be Stay Road. I'm not positive. But this is in Israel, right near Gaza, looking towards Gaza. It would be much better if we had the Lebanon border shot, but we're expecting to get that soon. I don't have it right now. All right, let's see if we have more updates for you. Yeah, Faytux News says that Javad Zarif, who resigned in Iran, was a vice president, not the vice president. But I don't know what the specific deal with him resigning. I got to learn more about that. MT Space thinks there's going to be an attack tonight. That's what our viewer MT Space thinks. And in case you missed it, I want to mention it one more time, in case you missed it. President Zelensky of Ukraine announced that Ukraine, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant is a major nuclear power plant in Ukraine, which Russia took over early in the war. The plant is currently not producing power and is mostly shut down. But there is a fire set on the grounds of the power plant today by Russian occupying troops. President Zelensky said, we have recorded from, I believe that's Nikopol, Ukraine, that the Russian occupiers have started a fire on the territory of the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Currently, radiation levels are within norm. However, as long as the Russian terrorists maintain control of the nuclear plant, the situation is not and cannot be normal. Since the first day of its seizure, Russia has been using the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant only to blackmail Ukraine, all of Europe, and the world. We are waiting for the world to react, waiting for the IAEA to react. Russia must be held accountable for this. Only Ukrainian control over the plant can guarantee a return to normalcy and complete safety, says President Zelensky. Our viewer Kenneth Freeman says, so Israel assassinates their negotiators and then wonders why they are nervous about negotiating. Now, just to be clear, Hamas is not saying they don't want to negotiate this week because they're nervous about negotiating. But it is true that the head Hamas negotiator was the political head of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, who is widely believed to have been assassinated by Israel about 11 days ago in Tehran. Not because he was their head negotiator, but because of his leadership role in Hamas, which is the organization that attacked Israel last October 7th, killing over 1,200 Israelis and taking over 200 hostage. Our viewer A123 thinks there will be some sort of attack tonight. Here's a little update from Associated Press from today. This is from Associated Press. Hamas appeared to push back against resuming negotiations on Thursday in pursuit of a ceasefire. In a statement, it urged mediators, U.S., Egypt, and Qatar, to submit a plan to implement what was agreed on last month based on President Biden's proposal, instead of going to more rounds of negotiations or new proposals that provide cover for the occupation's aggression. Are they announcing this because they think there's going to be an attack in the next few days? I don't know. Hey, Sean TV, that is extremely generous of you. Wow, thank you, Sean TV. That's so nice of you. Thanks for all your support of the channel. Sean TV. Very nice of Sean. Thank you, Sean. Oops, sorry. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Here's an update on this Axios report. Let me show you this. Which it's short. It's short, but I'll show it to you anyway. From Reuters. Israeli intelligence believes Iran has decided to attack Israel, says Axios. The Israeli intelligence community believes Iran has decided to attack Israel directly and may do so within days, said Barak Ravid of Axios. We told you this already. The attack would be in retaliation for the killing of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran in late July. Israel has not claimed or denied responsibility for the killing. Yes, he did say that. Khan News Israel is reporting that Iran is intending to do a bigger attack on Israel than the attack in April. That's what Khan News is reporting. JBL says Hamas has broken every ceasefire. They are not much of a negotiating partner. How many ceasefires have there been? I mean, I know there were, do you mean like before the war? I don't know the history of negotiations with Hamas. But I feel like after the war started, there maybe have been a couple for hostage releases. Because there were a couple for hostage releases. I'm not aware those were broken, but maybe you're referring to before October 7th. Baby Dougie said there were a couple of short ceasefires after October 7th that I can remember. Hold on a second here. Why is this always like this? It is 11 p.m. now, Israel time. I'm sorry we don't have more shots at the moment of Israel. I'm expecting to get more when the Olympics closing ceremony, which is going on right now, ends, because all of these, there's so many news agency live shots devoted to the Olympics closing ceremony. So I am expecting to get you more live feeds from Israel. I just don't have them right now. Normally I would. Hey, thanks, Muhammad Arusha Shakiri. Thanks so much, Muhammad, for your support. Let me try to find you some more updates here. checking a couple different sources here. Sorry, that's not very helpful. Hang on a second here. The most wicked, Scleratissimus writes in and says, I agree with the reason for the statement from Hamas. I interpret it as meaning Iran has carte blanche in the situation. Hamas announced today that it sounded like from its announcement it's not showing up for the talks on Thursday, the ceasefire talks, and there's a question of whether they did that because they knew that Hezbollah and Iran are going to attack in the next few days. And I was thinking that maybe they want to not have it be said that Hezbollah and Iran got in the way of the talks. I think Scleratissimus is saying she agrees with that. I don't know for sure. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. We are bringing you live updates. Hang on one sec. Hey, a quick thanks to, that's really nice of you, John Thiela. John Thiela, thanks so much for your support, John Thiela. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Hang on one moment here. Sorry for the delay, just checking a couple things. I appreciate your patience. Again, I'm hoping at some point, any moment now, to get back the get more of the feeds from Israel, like the Lebanon feed. I don't have it yet. These news agencies are all still showing tons of feeds about the Olympic closing ceremony. Amikai Stein, this is interesting. Amikai Stein, who is with Khan News, he just posted and said, sources with knowledge of the negotiations from the beginning say Hamas wasn't supposed to participate in the meeting on Thursday, only Israel, the US, Qatar, and Egypt, and the mediators were supposed to convey the conclusions from the meeting to them. This is a tactical message. So I don't know if this is true. But he is with Khan News, and he's saying that Khan News is hearing that Hamas wasn't supposed to show up to the meeting anyway. And so they announced today that they don't want to, basically it sounds like they're not going to the ceasefire meeting. Maybe they weren't supposed to be there anyway. That I do not know. I don't know. I mean, another thing they said, though, is they basically said, we want to talk about the proposal from last month, not new proposals. So part of what they said wasn't that they're not showing up. Part of what they said is, if you send us something new, we don't care. We want to deal with the old thing. So anyways, I want to just pass that along. Real quick, I want to just give an update on the situation with Russia. Let's do that for a second. Here's an update from Associated Press. Ukraine's president indirectly acknowledges daring military incursion onto Russian soil. So let's talk about what's going on in Kursk for a second. This is Ukraine, I believe 6 days ago, or around 6 days ago, the Ukrainian armed forces launched a surprise raid into Kursk, Russia, where they have taken a bunch of territory, at least temporarily, and prisoners, Russian armed forces prisoners. So AP says days after Ukraine began a surprise military incursion into Russia's Kursk border region, President Zelensky has broken the government's silence on it by indirectly acknowledging the ongoing military actions to push the war out into the aggressor's territory. Zelensky's comment came in his nightly address late last night. Ukraine's incursion into Russia continued for a 6-day today. It is the largest such attack since Moscow launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, and it is unprecedented for its use of Ukrainian military units on Russian soil. Ukraine's raid into Russia caught Moscow unaware and was an embarrassment to the Russian military leaders who have scrambled to contain the breach. Evacuation of citizens living in Russian border areas with Ukraine continued today. Russian state television aired footage of evacuees at a tent camp in the city of Kursk. According to the report by RTR, more than 20 temporary accommodation centers have been set up in the region. The exact aims of the operation remain unclear, and Ukrainian military officials have adopted a policy of secrecy, presumably to ensure its success. Military experts have said it is likely intended to draw Russian reserves away from the intense fighting in Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region, while a presidential advisor suggested it may strengthen Kyiv's hand in any future negotiations with Russia. But Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova said Sunday that Ukraine understands perfectly well that the recent attacks make no sense from a military point of view. The Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman said the Kyiv regime is continuing its terrorist activity with the sole purpose of intimidating the peaceful population of Russia. The Kursk acting governor said today that Ukrainian sabotage and reconnaissance group had entered the Belovsky district the previous day, but the situation had been stabilized. The Russian Defense Ministry claimed that 35 drones were shot down overnight over the Kursk, Voronezh, Belgorod, Bryansk, and Oryol regions of Russia. Ukraine hasn't commented on the Sunday drone attacks inside Russia, but they come as Ukraine has increased the pace of similar drone attacks, largely targeting military infrastructure and oil depots in recent weeks. So that is going on, and I will bring you more updates on that. There was also an apartment building damaged in Kursk, Russia. The governor of Kursk said that claimed that it was a Ukrainian missile shot down by Russian air defenses that fell in a residential building, wounding 15 people. I don't know for sure that it was a Ukrainian missile shot down, but you can see here, there's a picture here from AP. People walk near an apartment building damaged after, they say, shelling by the Ukrainian side. I don't know if that's coming from Russia, that information, so I'm not sure that's the case, but it very well might be. And this says, residents of an apartment building damaged after shelling by the Ukrainian side stand near the building in Kursk, Russia. 11:17. Ooh. Nope, I still don't have any. I still don't have the Israel live feeds back, except for this one. It's 11:17 local time. A reminder, a couple new reports about the situation in Israel that we're hearing. Israeli reporter Barak Ravid had reported earlier today that the updated assessment of the Israeli intelligence community is that Iran has decided to attack Israel directly in retaliation for the assassination of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh, and may do so within days, even before the August 15th hostage deal talks, per two sources. After he posted this, Hamas then posted a statement suggesting that they it's seeming to suggest they're not going to show up for the August 15th ceasefire talks. And also, Khan News Israel, is that who I mentioned before? Khan News Israel? No. The one, was it 13 News Israel? Well, maybe it was 11 News Israel. 11 News Israel. 11 News Israel. Oh, that's Khan. Where am I? Where is that report I was showing you before about? I was reading you a report before from Israeli News. Now I can't find it. There was an Israeli news channel I was reading a report from, and they were saying that they had heard that they were hearing that the attack was supposed to be bigger than the April attack. What was that? I know we were showing it. I know we were talking about it. I can't remember which Israeli outlet it was, unless they've changed their website and it's like buried there or something. But I know we were talking about it. I had to translate it and everything. I thought it was Khan News. Oh, I found it. It was Khan News. Khan News Israel reports that... oh, no, wait. Maybe it wasn't Khan News. I take it back. I can't find it. But it was we talked about it earlier in the in the broadcast. Oh, fate. Yes, it was Khan News. It was Khan News. Khan News had been reporting that the Israeli security establishment believed that Iran was going to launch a bigger attack than they did in April on Israel. They were carrying that result earlier. They were carrying that report earlier. Yeah, I have it right here. Khan News reported that Israel assesses that the Iranians are determined to attack, and that Israel is preparing for a wider Iranian attack than the one in April. Oops, let me go back to our footage here. Yeah, so Christopher Miller, who is with Financial Times. So we've been talking about how there's Russian occupying forces at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and Russia occupied Ukraine, which is a plant that's not actually producing any power right now and is mostly shut down. But they set a fire at the plant today. And I was saying, like, oh, are they sending some kind of message to Ukraine? Like, if you keep invading us, if you keep up this stuff where you go into our territory and conduct raids like you are in Kursk, we're going to do something to the plant. I didn't know if that was something, if it was like some kind of threat. So Christopher Miller, who's with Financial Times, says, and an expert on the region says, Russia appears to be sending some sort of threat to Ukraine, setting fire to a part of the nuclear power plant in occupied Nikopol, says Zelensky. It comes as Ukraine pursues its incursion into the Kursk region and Russian forces struggle to respond. Again, Zelensky said the radiation readings are normal. And the plant is not producing power at this point. But Christopher Miller thinks it is some sort of threat. Paul says, why are the lights out on the border? So the lights are on in the Israel part. I don't know what this shot, I'd have to go back and see what this shot looks like during the day. But maybe I can rewind it on my own and see what it looks like during the day. But yeah, so during the day, this shot basically is like, it's kind of like destruction during the day. You see into Gaza on this shot during the day, but it's a lot of like destroyed buildings. So, and I don't even know if people are living there anymore. I mean, I'm sure at some point they cleared out of there, and then I don't know if people have gone back to those buildings at all, or if they're even supposed to. Maybe they're still not supposed to. I don't know what the current status of that is. But it's a really destroyed area in Gaza, you see. If you could see daylight now, if there was daylight, you'd see that it was just like a destroyed area of Gaza. So, and maybe there's just no electricity there. I would not be surprised at that, given the level of destruction. So that is my guess as to why you don't see any lights on. The lights are on the Israel side. But in the distance, it's Gaza. Yeah, Artist says, does Gaza even have power? I mean, maybe in some parts of Gaza, but I would not be surprised if that part of Gaza has no power. I don't know for sure. And I would not be surprised if people aren't living there. I keep checking to see when we get our Israel streams back, but we don't have them yet, except for this one. I'm going to hold on a second here. Wikipedia says about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, that's the one where occupying Russian troops have sent a fire in the area there. I don't know exactly what's on fire today. Wikipedia says that that generally 5 units at the power plant have been kept in cold shutdown, with 1 unit kept in hot shutdown, which the IAEA reported was necessary to produce steam for nuclear safety purposes, including the processing of liquid radioactive waste in storage tanks. The IAEA is urging the investigation of whether an external boiler can be installed as an alternative to keeping one in hot shutdown. I was trying to get you more information on that. Oh, thank you, Martin. Martin said he noticed a light go off. This is just a residential area here. So I'm assuming what you might have seen was just somebody like turning their light off. These are not like army facilities or anything like that. It's just people live in this area that you're seeing right now on the border with Gaza. Thank you, Martin Gingrich, for your support. I really appreciate that. But there also might be like traffic lights or whatever. I don't know what all the lights are. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Martin. I looked at it again. It might just be somebody shutting off their light at their house. Because I believe these are just houses, like civilian houses. Thank you also, Matt Sandy, for your support. Matt says, I believe if any response does start, it could be after athletes make it back home to their countries from the Olympics. That's what Matt thinks. Thank you, Matt. Thank you also, Daz Logan and Matt Sandy. Thanks, Matt, for the gift membership. I'm not a nuclear expert. Someone asked about the difference between cold and hot shutdown. According to Wikipedia, why is this not working? Hold on a second here. The difference between a normal hot shutdown and a cold shutdown is essentially that the fuel has gone completely or almost completely cold. Well, that doesn't really tell you much. I don't know if it's possible to give you a very simple explanation of this. It's the on Wikipedia article about nuclear reactor shutdown. The difference between cold and hot. It's kind of a technical definition. So I'll post the link. I'm going to post the link to the Wikipedia article on nuclear power plant shutdowns in the chat, and then you can look it up if you want. Yeah, Susan asked that. Thanks for the question. Susan Priest Buchner, one of our subscribers. Thank you. $11.33. I can only show the feeds that I have access to. I can't steal other people's feeds. So when the news agencies that I pay for the feeds start showing the feeds again, instead of showing all of these Olympics closing ceremony feeds, then I will post them on this channel. Oh, I think I have something here. I have a little update for you guys, I think. Hey guys, look, right here. From the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA experts witnessed strong dark smoke coming from Zaporizhia nuclear power plant's northern area following multiple explosions heard in the evening. Team was told by the power plant of an alleged drone attack today on one of the cooling towers located at the site. No impact has been reported for nuclear safety. Now, I would take the report of a drone attack with a grain of salt, because I would not at all be surprised, because Russia controls the area. I would not at all be surprised if Russia is setting a fire at the nuclear plant to send a signal to Ukraine, who this week has been conducting an incursion into Russian territory in Kursk, and then blaming it on Ukraine. That I would not be surprised at all to see. So, but no impact has been reported for nuclear safety. It says team was told by the power plant. The power plant is currently in the hands of Russian forces. So I'm assuming whatever they're told, they're being told by Russian forces. Yes, Baby Dougie says need to underline that the last sentence before anyone panics. I think the most important sentence there is no impact has been reported for nuclear safety. Outcast Media says yes. He says yet. Hopefully this will be the only day when we're so restricted on the feeds I have from Israel. It is only because of all of these Olympics closing ceremony feeds. By the way, the Olympics closing ceremony is almost over, I think. I mean, it's supposed to be around 2 hours long. And it's already been 1 hour and 37 minutes. I haven't been watching it, and maybe I'll look at it later. But again, this feed is not going to be probably that helpful to us if there's some sort of attack, because it's of Gaza. Factual News linked to an article by TASS. And TASS is saying, Russian state news says the fire was localized in the cooling systems of the nuclear power plant. And no violations of the limits and conditions of safe operation were noted, the station reported. That's from Russia State News TASS via Factual News. I'll see if I can find any other reports for you. Excuse me. Oh, I should have the announcement from the power plant, I think. Let me see if I can find you the actual announcement from the power plant. Give me a second here. I thought I did. Yes. Why can't I see that? There it is. Okay. Yeah. That's weird. The Ukraine... So I thought there was a new statement from them, and it's not a new statement. So I don't have any updated statements from the Ukrainian authorities about the fire at the Russian-occupied nuclear plant at the moment. Sounded like we might be hearing something in the distance there. You know, conceivably on this shot, there's still fighting going on in Gaza regularly. And there's airstrikes in Gaza. And this camera is pointed at Gaza. So we could certainly hear, possibly on this camera, if there were strikes like in northern Gaza, we might hear that. That wouldn't be presumably part of any kind of response by Iran or Hezbollah, but you might hear some of that stuff on this camera. By the way, thanks so much to Ethan Zink for your support. Thanks to our new member, John Underwood, as well. Thank you, John. I'm going to read you a little update on the situation in Russia. Another update I saw with Ukraine, the Ukraine Kursk incursion. From Reuters, Zelensky says Ukraine's shock Kursk attack to pressure Russia and restore justice. Reuters says President Zelensky of Ukraine said Ukraine had launched an incursion into Russian territory to restore justice and pressure Moscow's forces in his first acknowledgement of Kyiv's surprise offensive into the western Kursk region of Russia. Moscow's forces today were in their sixth day of intense battle against Ukraine's largest incursion into Russian territory since the start of the war, which left southwestern parts of Russia vulnerable before reinforcements started arriving. Russian authorities rushed to evacuate residents and imposed a sweeping security regime in 3 border regions yesterday, while Belarus, a staunch ally of Moscow, sent more troops to its border with Ukraine, accusing Kyiv of violating its airspace. In his nightly video address, Zelensky said he had discussed the operation with top Ukrainian commander Alexander Syrskyi, vowing to respond in kind after Russia launched its full-scale invasion of its neighbor in February 2022. He said last night, "Today I received several reports from Commander-in-Chief Syrskyi regarding the front lines and our actions to push the war onto the aggressor's territory. Ukraine is proving that it can indeed restore justice and is ensuring the exact kind of pressure that is needed, pressure on the aggressor," he said. Russia's defense ministry said on Sunday it had destroyed 14 Ukrainian drones and 4 Tochka-U tactical ballistic missiles overnight over the Kursk region and 18 drones over other Russian regions that Ukraine frequently attacks. In a statement, Russia called the ground incursion, which military and analysts say caught the Kremlin off guard, barbaric, and said it made no military sense. Ukraine has at most occupied several tens of square kilometers of Russian territory without laying claim to it, while Russia controls more than 100,000 square kilometers of Ukraine's internationally recognized territory. Russian military bloggers said the station had stabilized after Russia's reinforcements, though they said Ukraine was swiftly building up forces. Russia's TASS state news agency yesterday reported more than 76,000 people, Russians, have been evacuated from the border region. Our viewer, Aunt Jay says, tomorrow night, be around tomorrow night. I think she thinks something will happen tomorrow night. It is 11:47 right now. We have an update, guys. I have an update from Israel about the IDF. I am seeing a news about, hang on. Itay Blumenthal, who is with Khan News, says the Israeli Defense Forces issued a new order tonight that prohibits soldiers from regularly and permanently staying in Georgia and Azerbaijan. All soldiers who are in Georgia or Azerbaijan, even on vacation, are required to return to Israel immediately. Now, I would like to get more information about this order. Again, I'm going to post this here. Reporter in Israel for Khan News. Reporter for Israel's Khan News. Vigilance or fear of the IDF issued a new order tonight that comprehensively prohibits soldiers from regularly and permanently staying in Georgia and Azerbaijan. All soldiers who are in these countries, even on vacation, are required to return to Israel immediately. Now, why just those two cameras? Hang on a second here. Give me 1 second here. Oh, did I say cameras? I meant countries. I said why those. I meant to say why those two countries, not why those two cameras. Is that what I said? Sometimes I say things and I think I said something else. I'm confused as to why those two countries. Why is it just about Azerbaijan and Georgia? Maybe I can find some more analysis of this. Oh, is this what it is? So this account I follow, Israel Radar, is saying that maybe Israel fears an Iranian revenge attack in those countries. I see. Maybe that's what it is. Israel Radar is saying that, again, maybe this is because Israel worries that Iran could target the soldiers in those two countries, in Azerbaijan and Georgia. Here, I'm going to show you a map in a second. Let me do that. Because I was like, why those two countries? So let me just show you this here. So there's Iran right there, and there's Azerbaijan and Georgia. So Azerbaijan shares a border with Iran, and Georgia is not far from Iran. And Israel is over here. But Israel has told soldiers in those countries they need to come back. Just a reminder, normally we have a number of other live streams of Israel. The reason we don't right this second is because the two news agencies that I get the live streams from and I pay for them, they are very focused on live streams about live streams of and related to the closing ceremonies of the Olympics. Mind you, not actually live streams of the closing ceremonies themselves, but like of the stadium and stuff. So that's like taking up most of their live stream bandwidth. But once that's over, we're supposed to get get the regular Israel live streams back. So, and I believe the closing ceremony is going to end pretty soon. So I apologize I don't have the usual shots that I would normally have of, say, Israel-Lebanon border and Tel Aviv and all that, but should be getting them soon, hopefully. I'm just checking for some updates here. Hang on a moment. Give me a moment. So Al-Qastal News, which is a Palestinian news outlet, they say, well, actually, you know what? They're getting this from Khan News. Let me see what Khan News is saying on their website. Khan News Israel. Is it even on their website right now? Maybe not. No, it's not even up there. But this, maybe they've just had it on TV and not on their site yet. But Al-Qastal News, which is this Palestinian news outlet, says that Khan News Israel is saying that the Israeli army has issued instructions prohibiting all regular and reserve soldiers from visiting countries close to Iran, such as Georgia and Azerbaijan, for fear of some sort of Iranian retaliation on the soldiers. Thanks so much for your support, the Speed Run Spartan, and thanks for shouting out our moderators. I appreciate that. And thanks so much to Brenda Starr for your support. And thanks for your kind words about the channel, Brenda Starr. Thanks also KB Axel N. KB Axel N, thank you for your support. Miguel, our viewer, asked about the plane that crashed in Brazil several days ago. If I see updates on that, I will talk about it. I have to search around, but maybe we'll talk about that in a little bit. It's almost midnight, 15 seconds away from midnight. It will be August 12th. On the evening of August 12th, a sad holiday starts in Israel. All right, it's midnight. It's now August 12th. On the evening of August 12th, not right now. This is now early morning, August 12th. On the evening of August 12th, the Tisha B'Av, a sad holiday of fasting in Israel, where they remember certain tragedies in Jewish history, begins. Some of our viewers think Iran might attack then. That goes from the August 12th evening to August 13th evening. The closing ceremony is still going on, by the way, which probably explains why I still don't have more feeds from Israel. Oh, thank you, KB Axel N. KB Axel N for your support. Anthony says it's going to go on for a while, still a bunch of singing. Thank you also to Martin Gingrich for your support. Martin said he fears for the hostages still held in Gaza. Thanks also Malut for subscribing on Twitch, and Qbat and Bezhig for your support on Twitch, and Bezhig for subscribing on Twitch, and NightFox92. Night Fox asked about looting and rioting in the UK. Well, the UK time right now is 10 p.m. I'm not aware of big riots going on today in the UK. I don't have any live streams of it. But if I hear some breaking news on it, I'll certainly let you know. Real quick, I saw a article about the Brazil plane crash a few days ago, and I just wanted to mention this real quick. This is from Reuters. What caused the Brazil plane crash that killed 62 people? It's being investigated. So something the article says is that one section of the article says, could weather conditions have caused the crash? Videos of the crash analyzed by aviation experts led some to speculate that ice had built up on the plane. On Friday, the airline said ice was predicted at the altitudes at which the plane was flying, but said it should have been within an acceptable level. Brazilian aviation engineer and crash investigator Celso Faria de Souza said he is almost certain ice caused the accident, judging from the video. ATR-72 planes have experienced issues with icing, with a crash in 1994 in the U.S. state of Indiana killing 68 after the plane was unable to bank due to ice buildup. After that incident, manufacturer ATR improved its de-icing system. In 2016 in Norway, an ATR-72 experienced issues after ice accumulated on the plane, but the pilot was able to regain control. Could the engine have failed? John Hansman, a professor in the Department of Aeronautics and Astronautics at MIT, reviewed some of the Brazil crash footage shared on social media and, without having reviewed flight data, said the crash did not appear to have been caused by weather. It may have been an engine failure on one side mismanaged by the crew, which would lead to the rotation downward, he said. Are multiple points of failure possible? Air crashes could be due to any number of factors, according to experts. Among them could be ice, engine failure, or human error. In many instances, there was more than one cause, said Robert A. Clifford, a lawyer who represented some of the families of crash victims in the 1994 accident. That is from Reuters. Yes, as Nibiru said, some different opinions from experts in that article about what might have caused the crash. Oh, Faytux News posted a clip. Faytux News posted a clip of Barak Ravid saying that Israel's defense minister told the U.S. Secretary of Defense a little while ago that Israel is observing more and more military preparations in Iran that it has not seen in recent days. And he said this raises the assessment that Iran is preparing for an attack on Israel in the coming days. Let me repeat this. I know it's a little confusing. So Faytux saw an interview, Faytux News, at Faytux, and he posted a clip of it. I just reposted it myself. You can go to my X account if you want to. He's at Faytux, Faytuks, and I reposted it on my X account, which is at Lookner, and I'll post a link to my X account. But if you want to see the clip of I think the video might be in Hebrew, but I haven't watched the clip. But I'll repeat what he said. It was said in the interview. So Faytux News said Barak Ravid said on TV that Israel's defense minister told the U.S. Secretary of Defense Austin a little while ago that Israel is observing more and more military preparations in Iran that it has not seen in recent days. He also said this raises the assessment that Iran is preparing for an attack on Israel in the coming days. So a good catch by Faytux News. The State Emergency Service of Ukraine just posted a message. No changes in the radiation status at Zaporizhia nuclear power plant area were detected. Radionuclides of man-made origin, which indicate a violation of the safe functioning of nuclear power plants in Ukraine or cross-border transfer, have not been recorded. Posts of the Ukrainian Hydrometeorological Center near the ZNPP continue intensified monitoring and promptly monitor the state of the radiation background. They just posted this right now. Oops. Yes, that was posted. That was just posted 7 minutes ago. I'm going to post a link to that. I'm going to post it actually on my X account. Hang on. State Emergency Service of Ukraine. The radiation situation on the territory of Ukraine is stable. No excesses have been recorded. I'll actually show you their post. So again, Russia currently controls that nuclear power plant in Ukraine. It's not producing power and is largely shut down. But it appears that Russians controlling that area set a fire either at or next to the power plant today, perhaps as some sort of warning to Ukraine over Ukraine's Kursk incursion. I don't know, but. No radiation has been detected. And let me just, again, I'll just show you what the Ukrainian authorities just posted a few minutes ago. Yoav says, why are we looking at Gaza? Yeah, I've been saying this throughout the broadcast. The current live feeds are limited because the news agencies I buy the live feeds from have tons of most of their live feeds right now are about the Olympics closing ceremony. It's just the way they're doing it. They have all these live feeds related to the Olympics closing ceremony. Once that stops, we should get our Israel feeds back. Here, this is from the State Emergency Service of Ukraine. The radiation situation on the territory of Ukraine is stable. No excesses have been recorded. As of 13 minutes ago, no changes in the radiation status in the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant area were detected. Radionuclides of man-made origin, which indicate a violation of the safe functioning of nuclear power plants in Ukraine or cross-border transfer, have not been recorded. Posts of the Ukrainian Hydrometeorological Center near the power plant continue intensified monitoring and promptly monitor the state of the radiation background. Interesting. Hey guys, look at this analysis from Institute for the Study of War. Wow. We're going to have to read about this. The Institute for the Study of War, which is a organization that does military analysis, they say Iran has not retaliated quickly against Israel because Iran very likely seeks to ensure its next attack restores deterrence with Israel while simultaneously avoiding a large-scale war. Do they have their update posted yet? I can read you directly from their update. Yes, they do. We're going to look at their update. I'm going to post a link to their update, too, in the chat. So the Institute for the Study of War is a group. The Institute for the Study of War advances an informed understanding of military affairs through reliable research, trusted analysis, and innovative education. They are a nonpartisan, nonprofit, public policy research organization. I think it's a really good site. Understandingwar.org is their website, and their X account is... What is their X account? Hold on, I'll tell you. Their X account is Study of War, I think it is. At the Study of War. And I will post a link to this article I'm about to read you some of. By the way, quick thanks to Brian Jeffcoat for the... Brian gave 10 people gift memberships. That's so nice of Brian. Thank you. Thanks to Cruella, who says, I'm confused. Why would Iran wait for the Olympics to be over? Yeah, I'm not clear about that either. I don't know why they'd be waiting for the Olympics to be over. Unless they think the world will be annoyed at them for interrupting the Olympics. I don't know. I don't know. Institute for the Study of War thinks something different. Anyways, we'll hear what they have to say in a second. Thanks, Cruella. And thanks also to Muhammad Arusha Shakiri. Thank you so much, Muhammad, for your support. Very much appreciated. So let me tell you about this new analysis from the Institute for the Study of War, from ISW, on what they have to say about this situation. Okay. They say, the ISW says, Iran has not retaliated quickly against Israel because Iran very likely seeks to ensure that its next attack restores deterrence with Israel while simultaneously avoiding a large-scale war. Iran previously attacked Israel on April 13th, 12 days after Israel killed one of Iran's senior-most military commanders in Syria on April 1st. Iran and its allies fired around 170 one-way attack drones, 30 cruise missiles, and 120 ballistic missiles at Israel in its April 2024 attack. The U.S., Israel, and their allies intercepted most of the projectiles, and the Iranian attack did significantly less damage than Tehran intended. Iranian leaders are therefore incentivized to carefully and slowly calculate their next attack to ensure that the attack inflicts serious damage on Israel, thereby restoring Iranian deterrence with Israel. Again, they say Iranian leaders are therefore incentivized to carefully and slowly calculate their next attack to ensure the attack inflicts serious damage on Israel, thereby restoring Iranian deterrence with Israel. Iran will likely also ensure that the attack will not trigger a major war. Western intelligence sources previously assessed, according to, I believe, Sky News Arabia, that Iran and Lebanese Hezbollah may attack Israel on the Jewish holiday Tisha B'Av on August 12th to 13th, although Iran might want to wait longer to conduct its next attack to ensure the attack achieves its strategic goals, says Institute for the Study of War. Let me keep reading here. Hang on a moment here. The ISW also says, Iran also intends to stoke fear and anxiety among Israelis by slowing its response and capitalizing on speculation about where and how it will respond. That's interesting. So again, the Institute for the Study of War says, Iran intends to stoke fear and anxiety among Israelis by slowing its response and capitalizing on speculation about when and how it will respond. They say Iranian armed forces run outlet Defa Press claimed on August 11th that Iran is conducting a flawless psychological war against Israel by drawing out its retaliation. Defa Press claimed that Iran's psychological war on Israel has disrupted Israelis' daily routines and stagnated the Israeli economy. Defa Press, which again is run by the Iran Armed Forces, also claimed that many Israelis have tried to flee Israel since the start of the Israel-Hamas war in October 2023. This claim is consistent with ISW's assessment that part of the Iranian leaders' theory on how to destroy Israel revolves around stoking instability and terror in Israel to catalyze reverse migration away from Israel. A member of the Iranian Parliamentary National Security and Foreign Policy Committee separately asserted yesterday that keeping Israel in limbo is part of the revenge operation. Iran similarly exploited uncertainty surrounding its, quote, imminent attack in April to stoke terror in Israel, as we previously reported on April 11th, 2 days before Iran attacked Israel on April 13th. Interesting. This is from the Institute for the Study of War. We might have to look a little at this Defa Press site later. It's a news outlet controlled by the Iranian military. It looks kind of interesting. We might have to look, after I eat, we might have to look at some of that. Defa Press. Okay, let's see, anything else I want to mention from this? Oh, yes. We talked about this yesterday. The ISW, in their article, says hardline Iranian parliamentarian Ahmad Bakhshayesh Ardestani claimed yesterday that Iran could conduct a series of attacks targeting Israel over 3 or 4 days. He also claimed that Iran may refrain from retaliating against Israel if Israel reaches a ceasefire deal with Hamas. Ardestani may have made this statement to set conditions for Iran to be able to blame a potential attack on Israel. He may have made the statement to set conditions for Iran to be able to blame a potential attack on Israel on the Israeli government's failure to agree to a ceasefire. Ardestani finally claimed that Iran could use 600 projectiles in its next attack on Israel, in contrast to the approximately 300 drones and missiles it used in April. His comments were speculative in nature, and he is very likely not privy to information regarding Iran's retaliation given his current role as a parliamentarian. He has previously made speculative comments about Iran's nuclear program, such as in May, when he claimed that Iran had developed nuclear weapons. So again, very interestingly, the ISW in their report today says Iran has not retaliated quickly against Israel because they very likely seek to ensure that their next attack restores deterrence with Israel while simultaneously avoiding a large-scale war. And it says they believe that Iran's leadership is carefully and slowly calculating their next attack to ensure the attack inflicts serious damage on Israel, thereby restoring Iranian deterrence with Israel. Also, the ISW believes Iran intends to stoke fear and anxiety among Israelis by slowing its response and capitalizing on speculation about when and how it will respond. I really appreciate them letting me read that excerpt. Their excerpts from their report on the air. Their reports on the air. Their site is at understandingwar.org. I will again post a link to this article so you can read the whole article if you would like. I'm going to post the link in the chat right now, so you can check out their site for yourself. Interesting analysis. The closing ceremony is still going on, which is probably why I still don't have any other Israel feeds. Again, I'm expecting to have more Israel feeds later, like I normally would have when the closing ceremony ends. So I'm sorry that I only have this one right now. Integrity Farmer Bob says it's a big article, lists lots of events, good way to catch up. Hey, thanks Ohio Rando for your support. Ohio Rando says at the power plant. Oh, this is technical stuff, Ohio Rando. I'm not going to understand this. I hope they use dimethyl mercury instead of inorganic mercury salts when calibrating the nuclear magnetic resonance device. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but I don't even understand that. Hey, but Ohio Rando, I really appreciate your support for the channel. Thank you. So we are doing our continuing coverage here. Oh, thanks to Bezhig for your support. What did you guys think about that, about the analysis of Institute for the Study of War? Dean R. says, I'm not convinced that Iran has finalized its response yet. Q-Tip says an attack can happen at any time. Chappie says ISW has an X account. Yes, it's the Study of War, at the Study of War. Kristen Snedden said Iran News said the night of August 12th. I don't know that I heard that on Iran News, but if I hear that they reported that, I'll certainly let you know. Finna Bomb says the mental messing is real. I have relatives in Israel. Their compound was hit in the previous attack. It has made them much more paranoid this time ever since the assassination. Shaggy thinks their speculation is flawed. Mercury thinks it was very reasonable analysis. I like their analysis. Hang on a second here. All right, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. Oh, Faytux posted a report. RP64 let me know that Faytux posted a report from 13 News. 13 News reports. Shout out to Faytux News for finding this report from 13 News Israel. If I can find this here. Give me 1 sec. I have some issues with their site, 13 News. I don't know what it is. Hang on a second here. Anyways, Faytux found a report from 13 News Israel, where 13 News Israel said that they think that Iran is going to try to extract a painful price from Israel, similar to Hezbollah. Also, they think it's 13 News is reporting it's possible the Olympic Games influenced this because France put pressure on Hezbollah and Iran to not carry an attack out during this Olympics. I don't know if that's true. But those are interesting claims by 13 News Israel. Again, Faytux News is the ones who found those. So thank you, Faytux. At FAYTUKS on X. The closing ceremony is still going on, by the way. Just so you know. Again, when the closing ceremony is over, I should get back some of the Israel feeds that I would normally have, but the news agencies that I buy my feeds from are very heavily focused. The vast majority of their feeds are closing ceremony related. Why they need so many of them, I'm not sure, but we're supposed to get the more of the Israel feeds back when the closing ceremony ends. So I'm sorry I'm sorry this is the only shot I have for you right now. But what I think I'm going to do is take 5. We're getting close to that time when I need to make some food. So I'm going to take 5 minutes right now and put food in the air fryer, I think. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the food in the air fryer for 5 minutes. And we will continue our coverage. Oops. So give me 5 minutes. I'll be back in 5 minutes, and we will continue our coverage in 5 minutes. thanks for your patience. I actually have a news update for you. News update. Give me one moment. News update. Coming for you right now. News update. Time for our news update graphic. News update. Barak Ravid, Israeli reporter Barak Ravid, who also reports in America as well. Well-sourced reporter, respected reporter, reports Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant spoke today with U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and told him the Iranian military preparations suggest Iran is getting ready for a large-scale attack, a source with knowledge of the call said. Also, he says, new Israeli intelligence suggests Iran prepares to attack Israel within days. Again, Barak Ravid is reporting, Israeli Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant spoke today with U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and told him the Iranian military preparations suggest Iran is getting ready for a large-scale attack, a source with knowledge of the call said. That is new news. I don't recall at any time at no time do I recall the Israeli military saying that they had observed preparations by Iran saying there's going to be that suggests there's going to be a large-scale attack. I have not seen that ever reported before. I'm going to see the actual article if I can find it and see if there's anything more in there. Oh, also, Faytux News found, this was actually a couple hours ago, Faytux News found a report from a Walla News reporter in Israel who said, Amir Babat, who said who is this? The Israeli Air Force and Intel branch supposedly elevated its alert level. I'm not surprised about that. But thanks for Faytux News reporting that report. Let me, hold on a second here. Let me check that Barak Ravid report. Yeah, so Barak Ravid says that new Israeli intelligence suggests that Iran prepares to attack Israel within days. Again, the defense minister of Israel, according to Axios, spoke today with Defense Secretary of the U.S. and told him the Iranian military preparations suggest Iran is getting ready for a large-scale attack. The Israeli intelligence community still thinks Hezbollah is likely to attack first in retaliation for the assassination of its top military commander in Beirut, according to Axios. And then Iran could join with a direct attack of its own. The sources said attacks by Hezbollah in Iran are likely to be bigger than the one conducted in Iran in April, and include the launching of missiles and drones at military targets in central Israel, including in the vicinity of civilian population centers. That's interesting. That's from Axios. The article also says, though, that a source says that debate in Iran continues and the decision-making in Iran could still change. I was going to post it, but Faye Tuck's already posted the quote. The quote I just told you. So I reposted him. Give me 20 seconds here. Give me 20 seconds. Again, that quote from Axios is sources said. The quote from Axios is that the sources said the attacks by Hezbollah on Iran are likely to be bigger than the one conducted by Iran in April and include the launching of missiles and drones at military targets in central Israel, including in the vicinity of civilian population centers. All right, hang on a moment here. Give me 20 seconds. Thanks. Well, we'll see if that reporting turns out to be true, but certainly concerning reporting by Axios' Barak Ravid saying that the defense minister of Israel told the U.S. defense secretary today that Iran's preparations suggest that they are planning a large-scale attack on Israel, and that this attack is likely to come within days. And how about Hezbollah? Are they going to attack before Iran? That's a whole other question. I still am waiting. As I mentioned, the reason I don't have my usual Israel feeds is because the news agencies I get the feeds from, almost all of their feeds right now are about the Olympics closing ceremonies. So I have to wait until the closing ceremonies. I think they might be over, but there may be events after them. But once the closing ceremony feeds stop, which is supposed to be soon, then I should be getting the regular Israel feeds back. So as soon as I get the Israel feeds, the regular feeds back, I will put them on the screen. I just don't have them right now. I'm actually going to put that on the screen. When I go eat, I'll put it on the screen. Okay, sorry. It is 12:54 a.m. local time. Thank you, Dingier Pillow, our member. Thank you, Marcus Peterson, for your support from Denmark. Marcus thinks Iran is scared. Thank you so much, Walter Beasley, for your support. Walter thinks Israel will say Iran's response is too much and then Israel will escalate. That's certainly a concern that this could keep escalating. Thank you so much to Cyborg King. Cyborg says King thinks if Iran had retaliated during the Olympics, or Israel would have likely used that moment on the world stage. So Cyborg thinks Iran was intentionally not doing it during the Olympics. Martin Gingrich, thank you. We will do a poll soon after I eat. Thank you also, Mothra. Thank you, Mothra, for your support. Appreciate that. And thank you to Dino Nuggies. Thank you for your support on Twitch. Also, shout out to our moderators who are here. I really appreciate our moderators. People like on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, McRitches, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. And over there on Facebook, Charlotte Webb has been moderating for us. Thank you so much, Charlotte Webb, and Ronald Egnor. Thank you. And shout out to our subscribers there on Facebook, like Eve Richards, Jane Summers, Kristen McConnell Gates, Susan Priest Buchner, and others. And Kay Lowry Body too. And thanks to our Twitch subscribers and our YouTube members as well. Also, thanks to our moderators over there on YouTube, like Ruth Krafasi. Thank you, Ruth, for moderating. And Linda Belk and Larry on X. So here's what the plan is. We're going to keep our coverage going. But this is the point at which I have to eat the food I cooked so I can keep streaming after I eat. If I don't eat, it's going to be a problem. Oh, hold on a second. I have something else I wanted to mention to you. Elint News posted that the New York Times' Ronan Bergman said on CNN that the assessment now is that it's not a synchronized attack, it's a coordinated attack. Hezbollah will start and Iran will attack a few hours, maybe more after Hezbollah. It will happen early next week. And there are some, this is from earlier. So there are some intelligence that will take place on Monday, August 12th. So this interview was a couple days ago. So the New York Times' Ronan Bergman said, there are some indications, so there are some assumptions based on some intelligence it will take place on Monday, August 12th, which is also a religious date in the Jewish calendar. Anyways, we'll talk more about this when we get back. But that was an interview, it looks like maybe from yesterday or something, maybe, or the day before. Okay. Yeah, it's the 12th now, but it's not the holiday starts on the evening of the 12th, not early morning of the 12th. Anyways, all right, I need to eat, but right now what I'm gonna do is just eat, and if there's something big that happens while I eat, I'll just stop eating and come in here. And again, I really apologize. It's really annoying because of the closing ceremonies of the Olympics, which is just wrapping up. I don't have the normal feeds I would have, but as those ceremonies end, I'm supposed to sometime soon tonight get our normal Israel feeds back. And I'll put those up as soon as I have them. So it's just not up to me. It's the only day of our coverage which we haven't had the normal feeds because of the closing ceremony of the Olympics. Actually, I think the closing ceremony is still going on. I think it's still happening. It's still going on. It's been going on for like 3 hours. So as soon as it ends, I should get more feeds. Hopefully, that's what's supposed to happen. All right, let me put this on the screen right now. Steve is eating. He'll be back shortly. More live shots from Israel expected soon. Okay, so give me a few minutes. Give me a little time to go eat. I will be keeping my eye out for what's going on. If there's some huge development, I will rush back in here. But if not, I'll see you after I eat. Feel free to chat. And If I get one of the camera angles back while I'm eating, I'll just come put it on in here. All right. So I will. Hey, thanks, Jeff, for your support. I'll see you guys in a little bit after I eat. Hey guys, I'm not done eating. I'm not done eating, but, 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 give me one moment here. But, we got the Lebanon shot back. Yay, we got our Lebanon. This is the Lebanon-Israel border. We got the Lebanon-Israel border shot back for you. There we go, via Reuters. That is the one we wanted. It just came back. We are back. So, wanted to get that up there as, yeah, breaking live, our live graphic. The other one was live too. But, so, that is a much better and more relevant one to look at. So, I'm going to go finish eating, but I'm really glad that we have that shot back. And I will be back shortly, but now you can look at the Lebanon-Israel border. The western side, it's the western side of Israel's border with Lebanon. Okay, there we go. I'll see you in a few minutes. I'm just going to finish eating. I just heard sirens. Oh, there's it's rocket alert. We're seeing lights go up. We're seeing lights go up. Hang on. We're seeing lights. I think there's a rocket alert. There's a yes. It's a rocket alert. We just saw an interceptor go up on the right there. Yes, this was a rocket alert, and we just saw an interceptor go up. We just saw an interceptor go up. Hang on a moment here. Hang on a moment, please. This could just be it might not be the attack. Might just be a regular rocket alert. Hang on. Hang on. I will replay that. I will replay that. Yeah, I think we saw some Iron Dome interceptors go up. I think we just saw Iron Dome interceptors go up. So I will replay it. Let me see what's going on. But that was rocket alerts. But the sirens are no longer going on. Yes, so what that was is there were rocket alerts in north on the western side of Israel-Lebanon border. And that's where this camera is. That's where this camera is. So it's the western side of the Israel-Lebanon border. And I believe that was some sort of, not the big attack, but your usual kind of rockets alert. So let me go back. Let me go back and replay that video because we definitely saw some things go up. Hang on a moment here. But I heard it and I ran in here. I'm seeing reports of rockets being intercepted, but I'm not sure. Let me check some different sources here. But I'm getting the sense that this was sort of your standard rockets are fired and Iron Dome interceptions. That's my guess, but I don't know for sure. So again, we are looking at the big live shot here is of the Israel-Lebanon border, and we heard some sirens. There was a rocket alert for the western side of in the northwest Israel near the border with Lebanon, and we actually I believe saw some interceptors go up. I'm gonna rewind our broadcast, and then I'll play you again what we saw. So this is going to be a replay. Hang on. I have to get it queued up here. So I'm going to replay our feed from a couple minutes ago, okay? I'm going to replay the feed. It's not live, I'm replaying it right now. Hang on a moment. Oops, that's not what I need. I need to do it this way. Okay, so this is what just happened. I'm going to show you what just happened. Why is that like that? I need to hold on. All right, I'm not going to worry about it. Let me just replay this right now for you. I'm replaying this for you right now. Should be replaying. Oh, here we go. All right, well, there's an interceptor on the right. Okay. So here's a replay of what happened. We were looking at this live shot, which is now, you can see, I'm showing you the replay. We were looking at this shot, and then the siren started going off for the rocket alert. And then I know on the right, I saw an interceptor go up. So again, here's the replay of what happened. You'll hear the sirens in a second. Again, this is a replay. This is not, this, hear that? That's the siren going off. There's the siren going off. Again, this is about 5 minutes ago. And then we saw an interceptor go up on the right. There's the interceptor right there. See sirens. Oh, there's it's rocket alert. We're seeing lights go at sirens. See. So look over right there. That's an interceptor right there, on the right there. That's an interceptor going up. I just heard sirens. Oh, there's it's rocket alert. We're seeing lights go up. We're seeing lights go up. Hang on. We're seeing lights go. I think there's a rocket. Okay, so I think we saw one interceptor, unless I missed one. We heard the sirens. They went off for about 10, 15 seconds. There were rocket alerts in the area. I will check and see what happened. This was not the big attack. This was like as weird as it sounds, the usual kind of thing. But if you happen to be watching the stream in the neighborhood where the rocket alert is, you will hear sirens and sometimes see those interceptors go up. So let me get rid of this shot here. Now you're watching the live shot. Now you're looking at the live shot. Oh, there was one on the left of the screen. Hold on, I missed. Let me go back to the replay, because I guess I missed. Where was the interceptor on the left? Was the interceptor on the left before or after the other one? Oh, there was an interceptor on the left before I came on the screen. Okay, hold on. Let me find the interceptor on the left. I'm playing the replay. Is it before this? There's the one on the right. Siren. All right, hold on. Where's the one on the left? It was after the one on the right. Okay, hold on. So the one on the right is coming up right now. You'll see the one on the right now on the right. This is a replay of the video. So look on the right. Look on the right, and you'll see the interceptor go up on the right in a second. There's the one on the right going up on the right. Sirens. Oh, there's it's rocket alert. We're seeing lights go up. We're seeing lights go up. Hang on. We're seeing lights go. I think there's a rocket alert. It's a rocket alert. We just saw an interceptor go up on the right there. Where's the one on the left? Yes, this was a rocket alert, and we just saw an interceptor go up. So I didn't see one on the left. I just saw the one on the right. I didn't see one on the left. Some people are saying it was a bug. A number of people are saying it's a bug. Okay. Well, look. I mean, you can literally, somebody could literally put up, if somebody wants to, they can just put the exact time code in the chat, and I can look at it. I didn't obviously see one like it was on the right. All right. By the way, I need about. I just need a couple more minutes. I was just finishing up eating and getting everything put away. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the live shot up here. By the way, thank you to Walter Beasley. Walter says, "Can you imagine the stress if they do this every night?" Thank you, Walter. Also, thank you to Fishing247 and Jeff and Marcus Peterson. So I'm going to be back in like 5 minutes, and because I just have to finish up. So I ran right in here when I heard the sirens. So just give me just a couple minutes and let me come back in here, and then we'll be good to go. Okay. So let me just change the text here. Take my headphones out for a second. Hold on. I heard it. Not, when you hear the sirens, you think like, is that the big attack? But it was the rocket attack. It wasn't like a big Hamas but it wasn't like a big Hezbollah or Iran attack. Okay, so let me turn the volume up for you. All right, so I will be back shortly. This is a live shot. You're looking at a live shot right now. That's a live shot there. And I will be back in a couple minutes, and we'll continue the regular coverage in a couple minutes. All right, we're back. Thanks for your patience. Let me just get my headphones on. Hang on one moment. Hang on, it's gonna pause for a second. Actually, give me one. Now I need one more moment. Okay, we're back. All right, let me try to get you some updates on what happened with those rockets that were fired, I believe, from Lebanon by Hezbollah. That would be my guess. There was a rocket alert. We actually heard the sirens on this live shot. We saw a rocket interceptor going up. But let me just check for updates on what happened with the rockets. Just give me one sec here. I've seen some reports on. I haven't seen any reports of any injuries yet from those rockets. I saw some reports claiming that some had been shot down and some landed places, but I'm trying to find out more about that. Oh, Al Jazeera says that Israeli Channel 14 says air defenses intercepted at least 20 rockets fired towards the city of Nahariya in Israel. I've been seeing numbers like around 20 that say around 20 rockets were fired. Again, that's not the big response from Iran or Hezbollah. That's more of kind of something that happens semi-regularly. And there's some video floating around of some stuff hitting the ground, but I don't know if that's rockets or just rocket, could have been debris from rockets that were intercepted or something. So But I haven't heard about any injuries or significant damage from those latest rockets. Nothing yet about that. But I'll replay it. We heard the sirens on this stream. We heard the sirens and we saw an interceptor going up on the right. Yeah, also it's possible that some of the rockets fell in open areas. I believe if the rockets are shot at Israel, but they're just going to fall in some open area, they'll just let them fall sometimes. So it's possible that rockets, because that does happen sometimes, the rockets fall in open areas. Let me show you. I'm gonna replay what happened again. Here is a replay of what we were watching when this happened. I need to rewind it here. We just saw an interceptor go up. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to show you guys a replay of what happened. Here is a replay from about, 20 minutes ago or something? Half an hour ago? Here is the replay of when the sirens went off. Actually, let me fix this here. I gotta fix this. This is just not. What is happening? Sorry, let me fix this. Okay, that's better. I know it's a little confusing right now, but should be all right. All right, I'm going to show you guys, this is what happened about a half hour ago when we heard the sirens. I was eating and the sirens came on and I rushed back in. All right, here it is. Lord, we're seeing lights go up. Oops, we're seeing... Here, this was about a half hour ago. Again, this is a replay. This is a replay from a half hour ago. Watch the right side of the screen. Watch the right side of the screen right now. Right side of the screen. Right there. There's an interceptor going up right there. I just heard sirens. There's the interceptor right there. If you keep your eye on the right side of the screen there, you can see that interceptor going up. I'll play it again for you. I just heard sirens. It's rocket alert. We're seeing lights. So that was an interceptor going up. One of the interceptors that got fired, and then that was it for the sirens. So that's what we saw, and that's the live shot right there. Let me turn I got to turn the audio back up. Oh, no. The thing, some people saw something on the left side. Just to be clear, I think the thing people saw on the left side was not an interceptor. It might have been a bug or a weird artifact of the camera or something. I'll play it for you. I just saw it. Thanks for giving the time code. I don't think that was an interceptor. I'll show you right now. So watch the left side of your screen. Watch the left side of your screen right around here. You'll see a quick thing like go really quick up right on the left side of your screen. So let me just show you that real quick. Right there. You see that, guys? I'll play it again, but I don't think that was an interceptor. I think that was, we see that kind of stuff once in a while on the camera. I don't know what it was, but I don't think that, I think that was a bug or something. I don't know. I don't think it was an interceptor. Anyways. Okay. Thanks for letting me know the time code, though. Oh, so, we have a Haifa shot, and we have, if we need it, we have a Tel Aviv shot. We have a Haifa shot, and we have a Tel Aviv shot, if I need it. So, just so you know. I can't have too many on the screen at the same time. I'm limited on how many I can use at the same time. But, again, we do have a Haifa and a Tel Aviv. I'm going to get you some news updates in a second. Let me just make sure I don't have any... other updates for you. Oh, Hezbollah posted something. I think taking credit for the rockets. That's a regular thing. Yes, Hezbollah said, in support of our steadfast Palestinian people in the Gaza Strip and in support of their brave and honorable resistance, and in response to the Israeli enemy's attacks on the steadfast southern villages and safe houses, especially in the town of Marub, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Resistance bombed on Monday, August 12th, the new headquarters of the division's leadership, 146 in Gatun, with volleys of Katyusha rockets. Now, that's what they say. So, basically, they're taking credit for the rockets, and they're saying they're doing it in response to Israeli strikes on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. So the rockets were fired by Hezbollah, which we were guessing. I have an update also. From the Telegram account I follow called The Hot News, which posts about Israel news. They have a statement from a spokeswoman from the municipality of Nahariya, Israel. And they're, in my experience, they're a reliable channel, so I assume this is legit. They say the local official said following the alarm that was heard in the last few minutes in the city, the IDF reported a number of interceptions and crashes were detected in open areas to the north and east of the city, and no landings were detected in the city areas. Yeah, News Before Everyone and Telegram, another Israel news site, has the same announcement. So that she said that the spokeswoman for the city of Nasiriyah, of Nahariya, Israel, said that there were some interceptions and some rockets that landed in open areas outside the city, and no crashes were detected, and no rockets landing were detected in the city areas. Okay, so we got you that update. A quick thank you to Kristen Gates. Thank you so much, Kristen. Thank you for all your support, Kristen Gates. Thank you. And thank you also, Kellenved, for being a new member. Kellenved, thank you. And our member, Dr. Edward Moskowitz. Also, thanks Bond858 for subscribing over there on Twitch. Oops, hold on. Hang on a moment. Oh, there was a new statement, by the way. I wanted to mention this. There was a new statement by the IAEA director on the situation at the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. So Russia is in control. They've been in this control for 2 years of this big nuclear power plant in Ukraine. And today there was a fire at or near the plant, a fire at the plant site. The plant is not producing power anyway. And Russia is in control of that plant site. And there's no radiation reported. There's no kind of, elevated levels of radiation being reported or anything. It's thought that maybe Russia is doing this as some sort of subtle threat to Ukraine, who is currently conducting an operation in which Ukrainian forces are going into Kursk, Russia. But anyways, here's the statement that the IAEA General Director made. I'm going to read you this. The International Atomic Energy Agency experts at Ukraine's Zaporizhia nuclear power plant witnessed thick, dark smoke coming from the northwestern area of the plant today after hearing multiple explosions throughout the evening. The team was informed that an alleged drone attack, alleged by the Russians, that an alleged drone attack on one of the plant's cooling towers took place today. There is no impact on nuclear safety, said the IAEA Director General. The IAEA team reported hearing an explosion today at the same time as the power plant informed them that a drone had allegedly struck one of the plant's two cooling towers. In order to ascertain the extent and possible cause of this event, the IAEA is requesting immediate access to the cooling tower to assess the damage. So they'd like to examine it more closely to find out exactly what happened. The power plant has two cooling towers located at the northern side of the cooling pond, outside of the power plant perimeter. Cooling towers are used during power operation of the plant. Their damage does not directly impact the safety of the 6 units in shutdown. However, any kind of fire on the site or in its vicinity represents a risk of spreading the fire also to facilities essential for safety. The plant confirmed to the team that there is no risk of elevated radiation levels, as there is no radioactive material in the vicinity of the alleged attack area. The team independently verified the radiation levels and confirmed it remained unchanged. The IAEA Director General reiterated that any military action taken against the plant represents a clear violation of the 5 concrete principles for protecting the facility. So, was there really a drone attack on the facility, or did the Russians just set a fire there? We don't know for sure. But that was from the IAEA Director General. Oh, the IDF, I think, posted about the rockets. Hold on a second. Yes, IDF update about the rockets. I have it for you right now. I'm going to show you the IDF update about the rockets. Here it is. Here is what the Israeli Defense Force has to say. Following the sirens that sounded a short while ago in northern Israel, approximately 30 projectiles were identified crossing from Lebanon toward the area of Kabri, a number of which fell in open areas. No injuries were reported. The IDF is striking the sources of fire. So that is the statement from the IDF. That was not the Hamas response to the assassination, the Hezbollah big response to the assassination 2 weeks ago. This is kind of your, like, it's a lot, it's a bunch of rockets, but it's just your regular rocket fire, periodic rocket fire. .2:34 local time. The timestamp on that post is my local timestamp. So the post said 7:30 p.m. because it's 4 minutes ago. Um, I want to mention for people who didn't see it, oh, I'll post a video in the chat. Joe Trusman posted a video of some of the rocket interceptions. So I'll post a link to Joe's post. Hey, thanks to Martin Gingrich for your support. Martin thinks as soon as they start launching stuff at Israel from Iran or Hezbollah, Israel will target the source, in my opinion. That's what Martin says. Thank you so much, Martin, for your support. I really appreciate that. In case you didn't see it, Barak Ravid with Axios is reporting that the Israeli Minister of Defense, Yoav Gallant, spoke today with U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and told him the Iranian military preparations suggest Iran is getting ready for a large-scale attack, a source with knowledge of the call said. And that attack could come within days. It is currently 2:39 a.m. Thanks to Clouds1G for subscribing. You can reach me on X at Lookner. So will there be an Iranian attack soon? And maybe Hezbollah might even attack before Iran. They might attack at different times. Thank you also, Nana MT, for gifting memberships. Nana MT, thank you so much. This camera, it may be facing northwest. This camera is on the west side of the Lebanon-Israel border. It's on the Israeli side too. And thank you, Snore Lord the Metalhead. Thanks for your support. Snore Lord the Metalhead and iCup. Thank you. Again, Axios is reporting, Barak Ravid of Axios reporting that the Israeli intelligence community, says Axios, they believe Iran is poised to attack Israel directly in retaliation for the assassination of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, and is likely to do so within days. And they also say that they report, Axios, that Defense Minister of Israel Yoav Gallant told Secretary of Defense of the U.S. Austin today that Iranian military preparations suggest Iran is getting ready for a large-scale attack, which would obviously be a huge deal. Oh, thanks so much to Ewok Jerky. Thank you, Ewok. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Richie F says, I have a horrible feeling something is going to happen tonight. We saw some rockets, about, what was it, 30 rockets were launched at Israel from Lebanon by Hezbollah. About a half hour, 45 minutes ago. Yeah, approximately 30 rockets. I gotta make sure I get my sleep tonight. I have a bit of a sleep deficit going on. Our hours have been so weird. I'll make sure I get some extra sleep tonight if I can. Hang on, I just gotta fix something here. Quick thanks, by the way, to Christine from Christine LaBouffe, a.k.a. Texas. I really appreciate your support. Christine LaBouffe, a.k.a. Texas. Our viewer Bad Touchery thinks no way anything is happening tonight. By tonight, he means this night, before dawn. Freedom is Pepsi or Coke says Iran is not launching drones, it would give them away. Well, they could have Hezbollah launch them from Lebanon, which would be very close to, I mean, right over the border. That would not leave Israel much time to shoot them down. I want to mention again what the Institute for the Study of War said in their report today. The Institute for the Study of War, they do military analysis on their site, understandingwar.org. They said they believe Iran has not retaliated quickly against Israel because Iran very likely seeks to ensure that its next attack restores deterrence with Israel while simultaneously avoiding a large-scale war. They say, according to the Institute for the Study of War, they say Iran previously attacked Israel on April 13th, 12 days after Israel killed one of Iran's senior-most military commanders in Syria. By the way, so the April attack was 12 days after the thing it was responding to. Right now, we are at August 12th is the 12th day after, because the assassination of Haniyeh was on July 31st. If I have that right. No, I'm sorry. This would be the, no, it would be the 12th day. Because the assassination of Haniyeh was on July 31st, and it's now August 12th in Israel. It's August 12th in Israel now. So it is 12 days now. In April, Iran and its allies fired around 170 one-way attack drones, 30 cruise missiles, and 120 ballistic missiles at Israel, according to Institute for the Study of War. The U.S., Israel, and their allies intercepted most of the projectiles, and the Iranian attack in April did significantly less damage than Tehran intended. Iranian leaders are therefore incentivized to carefully and slowly calculate their next attack to ensure the attack inflicts serious damage on Israel, thereby restoring Iranian deterrence with Israel. Iran will likely also ensure the attack will not trigger a major war. So they might have to figure out how to do enough but not too much. Also, they say Iran might wait longer than Hezbollah to conduct its next attack. Also, the Institute for the Study of War said Iran intends to stoke fear and anxiety among Israelis by slowing its response and capitalizing on speculation about when and where and how it will respond. And Iran similarly exploited uncertainty surrounding its imminent attack in April to stoke terror in Israel, says ISW. Oops, I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Anyways, it's a very interesting article, update about Iran, if you want to check it out, at the Institute for the Study of War. I will post a link to this in the chat right now. Understandingwar.org. It is 2:51. Sorry, I'm a bit of a... This especially happens right after I eat. Right after I eat when I didn't get much sleep. I'll hopefully be good, but I'll really try to get a good night's sleep tonight so I can be ready for tomorrow. Flares? Did anybody else see flares? I didn't see anybody else talking about flares. One of our viewers said they saw flares 8 minutes ago. I'm looking. I don't see them. I don't see them. Oh, maybe I do see them. Hold on. You know, there might have been flares. I don't know. Let me show you this real quick. They might have been in the distance. I don't know if they were. I don't know. They could have been. So this was from like 8 minutes ago. Look at the right side of your screen. Look right over here where my pointer is. Right over here. So if I play this, oops. I might have messed up where it's queued up to. What was the time code again? Here, hold on. Hold on, I messed something. Now everything's messed up. Hold on, hang on a second here. Hang on a second here. I gotta reset this. There we go. Okay, look, watch this replay. Watch this replay right now. Look on the right side. Look on the right side here. Look right here. Oh, I might have already missed it. Hold on. Right? I thought I saw another light there from before. Now I can't find it, of course. Now I can't find it anymore. There was another light. Well, it's like, oh, see, there's that. I don't know if that. No, there was more light there. I'm telling you, I have to find the right time code. Somebody said it in the chat. Hold on, I think I went too far. How about now? How about now? Let's see. Right in here. Right? Isn't there another light that comes in? I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. I thought I saw a second one. Well, I can't find it right now. I'm not going to really worry about it. That's basically what it looked like. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'm not going to worry about it. I'm done worrying about it. I tried. That's the live shot. Live shot is more important. It's also possible, I don't know if there's like, you know, some light that gets obscured by fog or whatever, or by leaves, and then you can see it and then you can't see it. I don't know. Troy Dodd thought it was a distant flare. So I gotta turn the volume up. $256. Excuse me. Thanks so much to Carmen Ruiz. Thank you, Carmen. Oh, we should do another poll. We should do another poll because now that this information comes out where you have Axios, Barak Ravid is reporting that Israel, that the Israeli defense minister believes that Iran is preparing a large strike, which could come in days. I think Khan News, if I remember right, was reporting that they had heard that the strike was going to be bigger than the one in April. Anyways, what I'm going to post a poll question and see what you guys think. See if it's different than before. When will Iran or Hezbollah first attack? Tonight, tomorrow. Oops. No, I didn't want to do that. New poll. All right, poll is starting on YouTube. Poll is starting on YouTube. Now I'm going to start it on Twitch. Let's see what our viewers have to say. Let's see what they have to say over there on YouTube. Has anyone changed their mind on this? Okay, there is the YouTube vote. Let me just adjust this here. Now what? Now what? %say tonight, 29% say tomorrow, 27% say later, and 15% say never. That's on YouTube. How about Twitch? Let's see. So YouTube is pretty split on this. Let's do it like this. That didn't work. One more second here. There we go. On Twitch it is tonight 24%, tomorrow 24%, later 33%, never 18%. Not too different. Not too different. A little more think sooner on YouTube. Hold on a second here. Hezbollah did a rocket strike tonight. When I said attack, hopefully that was clear, I meant their Hezbollah's response to Israel's assassinating the top commander in Hezbollah a couple weeks ago. Shaggy thinks YouTube is wrong again. Hey, thanks, World. I have both local time and Eastern time. Oh, you're saying for the poll? The poll, well, I think the poll is local time. When I say like tonight, I mean tonight local time. Like right now. That could have been confusing for people, though. I agree. Vanessa thinks even Israel knows it's coming August 12th nighttime. Oh, I should see if Polymarket, there's any odds up there, how the odds there. The odds there might have changed today. Polymarket has, they have a couple different Iran ones up though. It's a gambling site where people can bet on current events. Although I think in the U.S. you're not allowed to. I'm not sure though. But Polymarket has one up there. Iran military response by Friday. I think this might have gotten put up recently. Yeah, I think this is like a relatively new one, and it says what you see is that earlier today, it was at 36 cents or 34 cents to bet on whether Iran would have a military response, and now it is 46 cents. You know, Sussy says, one of our viewers said something like this yesterday. Sussy said, is Iran allowed to bet? I mean, I don't even know. I don't know how it is there in terms of on Polymarket, like declaring your identity and all that stuff. But the reason I think it's interesting to look at the percentages and see just where people are at in terms of what the chances they think it's going to happen. Thanks Clouds1G for subscribing. You know, people bet like on the presidential election and stuff. Ugh. Yeah, people sending me things like, were like, Yeah, the people in the chat saying like the Iron Dome didn't work and all these things got struck, and then they send me some random account on social media which is not a news account, and it does not have any there's no reason to think they would have this information when nobody else would, and they don't even say where they got the information. So these would not be good sources. These are not sources that you should be relying on. So no, there's no reliable reporting that the Iron Dome didn't work. There were actually a bunch of interceptions. There's video of interceptions. Hey, thanks to Bueller for your support and World. I can show you the do you guys want to see the Tel Aviv shot? Maybe I'll put the Tel Aviv shot up. I'm going to put up the Tel Aviv shot on the top there. There's Tel Aviv right there. I'll make it bigger for a second. But that is Tel Aviv. Right there. That is Tel Aviv, Israel. Live shot. So I'm gonna put it small so we can see the border shot, but wanted to show you that for a second. Oops. There we go. Jerry Gamble says you never know, it could be any minute. That's true. It's true. Yeah, the other thing is a bunch of people claim that Putin's addressing the nation. I haven't seen this anywhere reliable at all. It really is like every hour there's a different thing people are claiming is true on social media without any decent evidence for it. I have seen nothing that I would consider reliable that Putin is speaking. If there is, I'll let you know. It does kind of feel, though, we've talked about this, but I've been saying, I do wonder if, like, before it happens, we'll start seeing more about it, whatever that more might be. So we haven't had Israel yet, tell its citizens, like, go stay near your shelter at all times or something. But we've started to see some news reports today from different outlets, from Axios, from Khan News Israel, saying that Iran is planning on attacking, and it's going to be a significant attack, a large attack, and we're seeing that. So it kind of feels to me like maybe in the next few days. But we're seeing more than one place report this. Baby Dougie thinks the IDF would say something before a serious attack. You know what? I just need... Give me... Literally need 1 minute. Just give me 1 minute. Going to take some more of your comments on the air. Just give me 1 minute, and I'll be right back. Thanks for your patience. You know, another thought I had, I don't know what people think about this thought. Another thought I had was, is that a flare? Did we just see, are we seeing a flare or is that a light? Was that a little flare there that we just saw? Did you guys see that? Below me? I can play it again. But there was definitely a light there that was flickering and then it went out. I'll play that again. Although I feel like we've seen other lights over there, so I don't know what's going on with that. But that seemed like pretty obvious. I'm playing the replay. I'm going to play the replay again. Here's the replay. All right, that's the replay there. Now look on the right side of the screen. Look over here. I'm replaying it here. Forward a second. I can't. Oh, there it is. I see it right here, right in here, right in here, right there, right there, right there, right there, there, right there. Watch again. Oh, right there. Coming up. There. Might be a flare. I don't know. I mean, there could be a flare. Look, this is a there could be a flare, elsewhere on the border between Lebanon and Israel. We're just looking, it could be far away. Oh, I got to end that poll. The poll is still up on YouTube. That poll's not supposed to be still up. Seemed like maybe it was. I don't know. Autistic Gamer says you may be right. Hey, thanks Christopher Neese for becoming a new member. Christopher Neese. I think I'm seeing some like traffic here too. Maybe some like car lights. I think I'm seeing some car lights on the horizon here. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Anyways, what I wanted to say was, is there any chance that Iran is kind of putting it out there that there's going to be an attack and it's going to be bigger than April and it's coming in the next few days, but could they do something different than is being expected? Because I think what's certainly being expected is some sort of drone and rocket attack or something. I mean, I don't know what they might do. I guess, but it does feel like that's what everybody's expecting. Like sometime in the next few days, they'll launch a bunch of drones and rockets. Man, they might launch them from Lebanon, or they might use their proxy forces in Lebanon or Israel or Iraq or Syria or whatever. But could it just be something different? Some of our viewers are saying cyber attack, but I don't know. It's like this isn't. I don't think they're doing this, but if they were going to conduct some sort of terror attack or something somewhere, and or they were going to do something in a different country against some Israeli interests in some other country or something, it's just. It seems like if it's another rocket and drone attack, it's just interesting that it's just like, well, they're going to do this in a few days. Here's what it's going to be. We all know it. So I just wonder if there might be some other element that they're not. If it's really true that they want to go for deterrence. And they want to make Israel think twice about doing stuff in the future, like assassinating the Hamas leader when he's visiting Tehran. It seems like it's a handicap to your operation if the whole world pretty much has an idea of what you're going to be doing in the next few days. So even if there's some aspect to it that's different, that's assuming they actually do want to cause significant damage to Israel, which is an argument I understand that they would like to, but I just wonder if there might be some part of it that's not being telegraphed, or that's not, if there's some part of it that is not as easily planned for because it's not anticipated. Loki says, I'm sure there is. You know, like one version of it, one version of something a bit different would be if, not that this is going to happen, but if a huge amount of missiles and rockets was launched right across the border in Lebanon by Hezbollah. Like that would be not just a few, but like if that was where like most of the rockets and missiles came from, I mean, not that that's going to happen, but that would be a bit different than what people I think are expecting. Which it would be very dangerous for Israel too, because they would be so close when they were launched. Our viewer Al Perur says, could they attack Israeli boats or ports? I don't know. And I have no information on this. It's just, it's a strange thing if the point is to deter Israel and to, you know, hurt Israel in a way that'll make them think twice again. Trying a version of the attack you tried in April, which didn't do much damage, and doing the thing that people are going to assume and that people are reporting is going to happen days and days before. There's something about that. It doesn't. That seems to me like that's not a recipe for a very successful attack if you're looking for deterrence. Somebody saw a flash. I did not see a flash. Where are you seeing a flash? I don't think it was that big. I just looked at the time code. I just replayed it. I didn't see anything. Many of our viewers did not see anything. Right of the buildings? I don't see anything. Oh, hold on. No. I thought there were rocket alerts. Are there rocket alerts? Because I'm not seeing it on my phone. A flash? Some people are saying they saw a flash. Again, I'm looking at what people told me. (32420) middle screen. I saw it to the right of the buildings. I mean, oh, I did see it. There was a flash. There might have been an airstrike in Lebanon. That's very interesting. I just saw it. I'll show it to you right now. Good catch. I would not be surprised if this is like an Israeli strike in Lebanon, which happens relatively frequency. I'm going to show it to you right now. Watch this. Good catch by our viewers. Here's the replay of the shot, and I want you to look at the middle of the screen to the right of the buildings, and you will see it. Right in here. Watch. You'll see it right now. If I keep, right there. See that right there? It was right there. That looks to me like an airstrike of some sort. Right there. Good catch. Because we used to see that stuff with Gaza. This is not a Gaza view. It's a Lebanon view. Right there. So, could have been lightning. I don't know if there's lightning in the area. I guess it could be, but that we used to see when we were covering Gaza, we would see that kind of thing with airstrikes. Watch one more time. Right there. Yeah, so good catch by our viewers. I would not at all be surprised. I would not be all surprised if that was a some sort of airstrike by Israel. And again, that Israel is constantly striking things in southern Lebanon. DG says probably a Lebanon hit. Anyways, a good catch by our viewers. One Site Production says they hit the spot the rockets were fired from. I mean, maybe that's something they hit. I don't know. But they hit other things too, so. But again, a good catch by our viewers. Thank you so much, Judas Goat Barbecue, who says there's a huge meteor shower tonight, the Perseid meteor shower. Thank you. Now, I don't know if we're going to see any meteors on this. I had read for the Perseid meteor shower, you could see it much easier if you weren't near city lights. So Associated Press has a little something about the Perseids, but they say it's an annual meteor shower. It originates from the debris of a comet, and it's most visible between midnight and pre-dawn hours. It's easier to see it under dark skies away from city lights. It lasts through September 1st. It peaks before dawn Monday. So this is the peak night for it, I guess. Hey, thank you to Judas Goat Barbecue. That's very nice of you. Also, Michael King. Hey, Michael King, thank you. Yeah, Michael, I can't play. I posted one of those videos. I don't own the videos of people posting videos of like the rocket strikes from like an hour and a half ago. So I can't just take those videos and start playing them. I posted one on my X account, @Lookner. Thank you so much, Michael King. I really appreciate that, Michael. Thank you. Let me shout out our moderators here. Oh, thanks to Dino Nuggies for your support and Stunned in the North. Thank you. Let's shout out our moderators. You guys are awesome. Over there on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, McRiches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev are moderating. On Facebook, Charlotte Webb has been there. Ronald Egnor, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X and on YouTube. Beezy is there. Hello, Beezy. Ruth Krafasi, thank you so much. Sabrina, thank you. Hey, by the way, I would advise, if you like this channel, well, subscribe and follow the channel. But also, you know, I don't know, I can come on at all hours depending on when breaking news happens. If you want to get notified whenever I go live, we actually have a free notification system. You sign up once for free and you get sent a message every time we go live, and it works really well. We do it through Discord. So if you're interested in signing up for the free notifications, the mods will post the link in the chat. And it's also, you can find the link in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. But I would recommend signing up for the free notifications. It is 3:33. Dovid sent me this from Idris Ali, guys. Hey, we have an update from Idris Ali from Reuters. I think I have an update from Reuters. I have a little news update for you. I wonder if the Defense Department put this in a... I have a news update for you. News update. Actually, let me make sure of this. So Reuters is reporting, Idris Ali of Reuters reports, U.S. Defense Secretary Austin has ordered the deployment of the USS Georgia submarine, an Ohio-class ballistic missile submarine, to the Middle East. He has also ordered the USS Lincoln Carrier Strike Group to accelerate its transit to the region. I assume this is new. I assume that's new because it was just posted. So I haven't seen a statement yet from the Defense Department. Do we really not have a press release? No, I don't see a press release yet from the Defense Department. I bet they're gonna put out a press release soon about that. Yeah, we will, as soon as I see a press release about that, and reportedly he talked to the Defense Minister of Israel today. Axios said the Defense Minister of Israel told Lloyd Austin that Iranian preparations suggest they are preparing for a for a large-scale strike on Israel. But I'm guessing maybe sometime tonight we'll get a readout of that call from the Defense Department. Hey, a quick thanks to Chandra. Hey, thanks, Chandra. That's so nice of you. Chandra, one of our moderators. Thank you so much, Chandra. Chandra, you said I think you were feeling like the flu or something. I hope you feel better, if I'm remembering right. Thank you, Chandra. It's very kind of you. Also, thank you to Disco Pickle, our new member, and P-Dub, our member. Thanks for the P-Dub mentioned the USS Lincoln as well. Oh, Idris Ali also added this. He said, as others have said, the Georgia was already in the Mediterranean Sea as of July 2024. I don't know where in the Mediterranean Sea it was, though. But it's been ordered to the Middle East. And the USS Lincoln Carrier Strike Group has been ordered to accelerate its transit to the region. That's from Reuters' Idris Ali. The USS Georgia, huh? Hey guys, this is the USS Georgia. Real quick. I don't want to miss the live shot, but they have a live shot. Sorry, no, hold on. Where is the That's the USS Georgia from Wikipedia. It is a guided missile submarine, according to Wikipedia. Oh, Bob the Bomb said it's now now fires Tomahawks. According to Wikipedia, it says it's a guided missile submarine, SSGN, for carrying guided cruise missiles instead of fleet ballistic missiles, which is what Bob the Bomb just said too. Thanks, Bob the Bomb, for your support. And also Geraldine Friedrich. Thanks for your support, Geraldine Friedrich. It carries 154 Tomahawk missiles and 4 torpedo tubes, according to the U.S. Navy. Has a crew of 15 officers and 150 enlisted sailors. It also is nuclear powered. It's nuclear powered. Think about that. It's interesting that some submarines are powered by a nuclear reactor. Wikipedia, in their article on nuclear submarines, says nuclear submarines have considerable performance advantages over conventional, typically diesel-electric submarines. Nuclear propulsion, being completely independent of air, frees the submarine from the need to surface frequently, as is necessary for conventional submarines. The large amount of power generated by a nuclear reactor allows nuclear submarines to operate at high speed for long periods, and the long interval between refuelings grants a virtually unlimited range, making the only limits on voyage times being factors such as the need to restock food or other consumables. The limited energy stored in electric batteries means that even the most advanced conventional submarine can remain submerged for only a few days at slow speed and only a few hours at top speed. The high cost of nuclear technology means that relatively few of the world's military powers have fielded nuclear submarines. Radiation incidents have occurred within the Soviet submarines, including serious nuclear and radiation accidents, but American naval reactors have operated without incident since USS Nautilus launched in 1954. It's very interesting. You can read that article on Wikipedia, Nuclear Submarine. Thank you, Martin Gingrich. Martin says it's believed that Israel has 5 nuclear subs. Nobody ever talks about that, though. Is that true? I have no idea. On the Wikipedia page, it does not mention Israel on the nuclear sub page. So I can't speak to that. I don't know. The U.S. Naval Institute says that Israel has Dolphin-class submarines. But, anyways. And Wikipedia says Dolphin-class submarines are diesel-electric, not nuclear. So I don't see anything about Israel having nuclear submarines, but who knows? This is I'm not in my 2 minutes of research, so I could very well be wrong about that. But I'm not going to. Thank you, Martin, very much. I appreciate it. I'm not going to go down that tangent right now. Somebody said they saw another light. Oh yeah, there was a light back there. Watch. I'm gonna. Oh, it's there right now. It's there right now. You see that light back there? There's a light back there. To the right of the buildings. There was a light that popped up a couple times to the right of the buildings. I don't know what it was. I mean, for all I know, it could be maybe it's a vehicle back there or something like that, or some searchlight or something, or a plane. There's a light above the building now, but is that always there? But is that one above the building always there, or not? Is it moving or is it just there? But to the right of the building, I definitely saw one. No, that's moving, isn't it? Right here. Or am I? No, that might be permanent. But I just saw one right over here. Right in here. Yeah, this one is always here, people are saying. But there was one here about a minute ago. So I just don't know what it was. Could be a flare. Could be something else. Big Time thinks if America has it, there's a good chance Israel also has it. Oh, hey, guys, here we go. Guys, we have the official announcement. Thank you. Detective Wisdom mentioned me that we have an official announcement. We told you about this earlier. I think this is the update that Idris Ali got an early copy of this update. U.S. Central Command, Secretary of Defense Austin has ordered the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, equipped with F-35C fighters, to accelerate its transit. Accelerate its transit. To the Central Command area of responsibility adding to the capabilities already provided by the USS Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group. It was already going there. Now it's supposed to accelerate its transit. In addition, the Secretary has ordered the USS Georgia submarine to go there. Here. This is readout of Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin call with Israeli Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant today. Secretary of Defense Austin spoke with the Israeli Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant. Secretary Austin reiterated the United States' commitment to take every possible step to defend Israel and noted the strengthening of U.S. military force posture and capabilities throughout the Middle East in light of escalating regional tensions. Reflecting this commitment, the Secretary Austin has ordered the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, equipped with F-35C fighters, to accelerate its transit to the Central Command area of responsibility, adding to the capabilities already provided by the USS Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group. Additionally, the Secretary has ordered the USS Georgia submarine, guided missile submarine, to the region. The Secretary and Minister Gallant also discussed Israel's operations in Gaza and the importance of mitigating civilian harm, progress towards securing a ceasefire and the release of hostages held in Gaza, and our efforts to deter aggression by Iran, Lebanese Hezbollah, and other Iranian-aligned groups across the region. And remember also, regarding this phone call, Barak Ravid of Axios reported that on this phone call, this was the same phone call where earlier today, Barak Ravid of Axios reported that on this call, Barak Ravid said, Defense Minister Gallant told Defense Secretary Austin that the Iranian military preparations suggest Iran is getting ready for a large-scale attack, a source with knowledge of the call said. Now, that's not in this readout. Not everything's going to be in the readout. But just as some context, I actually think this is important. He's ordering it accelerate its transit. It was already going there. So why are they accelerating the transit? Well, one reason to accelerate is because there is evidence that Iran and Hezbollah might launch their attacks soon. And they're sending newly sending a submarine. I think this is important news. I think it's important news. I don't know about you guys, but seems like a big deal to me. Dante 3 says it's definitely happening tomorrow. The Central Command region includes the Middle East. The Central Command area, according to Wikipedia, includes the Middle East, Central Asia, and parts of South Asia. But it includes the Middle East. Pazzi Musica says, hurry. And this is, I think they don't have to say this stuff publicly. I think this is a message to Iran and Hezbollah. Well, it might also be a domestic message too, saying, hey, we're trying our best. But Love Grows says, sounds like things could go hot at any time. That certainly seems important. Cindy says it's a big deal. Cindy Copsey. Because they already said they were sending the Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group. When was that? Yes, on August 2nd, the Defense Department announced that the Secretary had ordered the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group to replace the Theodore Roosevelt Carrier Strike Group. Well, now Now it's not even talking about replacing it. It's adding to it. It's the Lincoln Carrier Strike Group is going to add to the capabilities already provided by the Roosevelt Strike Group, and he's ordering it to accelerate its transit. It was already going there. Melinda says they just blabbed this info out there. Something isn't right. Well, that seems pretty significant to me. That you argue 9 days ago that you say you're sending this carrier there, and then 9 days later you say you're ordering them to accelerate their transit. That seems important. That seems pretty important. I mean, accelerate. That's not. I feel like we don't see a lot of the word accelerate in these kind of announcements. You don't see many announcements like this where, like, the defense secretary ordered this ship to accelerate. That seems pretty important. Oh, thanks to CalRu10 TV, who said a lot of flares going off 1 to 2 minutes ago. It would help. We used to have a different shot of the border, which we don't have anymore. It'd be nice to have a shot that was over more towards that direction, so we could see what's happening more clearly. Thank you, CalRutin TV from Sweden. And thanks, Brandy, for the gift memberships. And also thank you to me, the person me. And in terms of the flares, guys, I mean, there have been ongoing strikes back and forth on the border between Israel and Hezbollah since last October. So there being, back and forth between Israeli and Hezbollah forces on the border is not a sign. That in itself is not a sign of Hezbollah attack in response to the assassination of a couple weeks ago. But I'll keep my eye out. We did see about 40 minutes ago or something, it looked like some sort of possible airstrike back there to the right of the buildings, which very well could have been Israel doing one of its periodic strikes on a Hezbollah target. Again, the Secretary of Defense has ordered the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group to accelerate its transit to the Central Command area of responsibility, which includes the Middle East. And he has ordered the USS Georgia submarine, guided missile submarine, to the Central Command region. Seems like an important thing. Chadwick says, what is this? Oh, Chadwick said that the Italy Navy. The Italian Navy posted a couple days ago that they were doing some sort of exercise with the Lincoln Strike Group. I don't know where this was. Chadwick sent this to me from the Italian Navy. But I guess a couple days ago they were doing some kind of exercise with the Lincoln in the Indo-Pacific. In the Indo-Pacific, yes, in the Indo-Pacific. Actually, was the Lincoln there? It's a little confusing, the translation. I think the Lincoln was there, although I'm not sure. I don't know if it was the whole. I didn't. I'm not going to get into all the details of that now, but I don't know where they were. From the Wikipedia article, Indo-Pacific covers a lot, so I don't know exactly where they are there and right now, but apparently they're not where they need to be because they've been ordered to accelerate their transit. Thanks to our new member, Calrutin TV and Kat Dean, our member. Thank you. Thanks also Extreme Tiger for your support on Twitch, and Binary Power for your support on Twitch. Thank you. I don't know, guys. All this news, it kind of feels like it's going to happen soon. That's what it's feeling to me. Like we're hearing enough news that it's just got that feeling to it. To me. No, I didn't say tonight. It just feels like in the next few days. When you start hearing enough reports and they all start matching each other. I bet the next day or two we'll hear something where Israel tells like citizens to stay close to their shelters or something. Hey, I have a little article from the AP on this. Pentagon chief orders submarine to the Middle East, tells aircraft carrier to hasten its transit. Let's see what Associated Press has to say. The U.S. Defense Secretary Austin has ordered a guided missile submarine to the Middle East and is telling USS Abraham Lincoln Aircraft Carrier Strike Group to sail more quickly to the area. The moves come as the U.S. and other allies push for Israel and Hamas to achieve a ceasefire agreement that could help cause soaring tensions in the region following the assassination of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran and a senior Hezbollah commander in Beirut. Officials have been on the lookout for retaliatory strikes by both Iran and Hezbollah for the killings, and the U.S. has been beefing up its presence in the region. Major General Pat Ryder, Pentagon press secretary, said in a statement that Austin spoke with Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant earlier in the day and reiterated America's commitment to take every possible step to defend Israel and noted the strengthening of U.S. military force posture and capabilities throughout the Middle East in light of the escalating regional tensions. The Lincoln, which has been in the Asia Pacific, had already been ordered to the region to replace the USS Theodore Roosevelt aircraft carrier strike group, which is scheduled to begin heading home for the Middle East. Last week, Austin said the Lincoln would arrive in the Central Command area by the end of the month. It wasn't clear Sunday what his latest order means or how much more quickly the Lincoln will steam to the Middle East. The carrier has F-35 fighter jets aboard, along with the F/A-18 fighter aircraft that are also on carriers. Ryder also did not say how quickly the USS Georgia guided missile submarine would get to the region. He said Austin and Gallant also discussed Israel's military operations in Gaza and the importance of mitigating civilian harm. The call comes a day after an Israeli airstrike hit a school-turned-shelter in Gaza early Saturday, killing at least 80 people and wounding at least 50 others, according to Palestinian health authorities, although Israel said that it didn't do as much damage as the Palestinians said it did. In one of the deadliest attacks of the 10-month Israel-Hamas war, Israel said that strike was on a Hamas command center. But, and just to add to this, Axios is saying in the call today between the defense minister of Israel and the defense secretary of the U.S., on that same phone call, Axios reports that, once again, to say it again, Axios reports, Barak Ravid from Axios reports that the defense minister of Israel told U.S. Defense Secretary Austin that the Iranian military preparations suggest Iran is getting ready for a large-scale attack. So, but the aircraft carrier was originally supposed to be there by the end of the month. Wow, a lot of news coming out. Notice how you got more news coming out? We sat here for a few days and it was just silence. It's not silent now. You're getting a lot more news now. It just has that feel that something is coming, that it's going to happen soon. It just feels like that. This is what tends to happen. I hear some animals. Thanks for your kind words, Grimes Fines. One moment here. Oh, something just broke. Somebody dropped something or something just broke. I heard it. I was going to show you this update too here from Reuters. Ukraine and Russia trade accusations over fire at Russia-occupied nuclear plant. We were talking about this before. Moscow and Kyiv accused each other of starting a fire on the grounds of Europe's largest and now Russian-occupied Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine on Sunday, with both sides reporting no sign of elevated radiation. The UN's International Atomic Energy Agency, nuclear watchdog, which has a presence at the 6-reactor facility, said its experts had seen strong dark smoke coming from the northern area of the plant in southern Ukraine following multiple explosions. Russian state news agencies cited the country's nuclear energy company as saying the main fire was extinguished shortly before midnight on Sunday. So Russia claims the fire is out. The fire comes less than a week after Ukraine's forces launched their largest incursion into Russia's territory since the war started in 2022, a surprise move that has brought conflict into a new phase after weeks of Moscow's battlefield gains. Ukraine's nuclear power company, Energoatom, said in a statement on Telegram that one of the cooling towers and other equipment were damaged. Russia's TASS agency also reported, citing Rosatom's statement, that a cooling tower was damaged. Citing local Russian emergency ministry representatives, TASS said it was a non-functioning tower. Russia captured the nuclear plant from Ukraine shortly after launching its full-scale invasion on its smaller neighbor in 2022, an attack described by Moscow as a special operation. The plant's 6 nuclear reactors are in cold shutdown. By early Monday, it was not clear what caused the fire. Ukraine President Zelensky accused Russia of lighting the fire, which he said was visible from the Kyiv-held city of Nikopol, which looks out onto the Russian-held plant. Evgeny Belitsky, a Russian-installed official in the occupied south of Ukraine, accused Ukraine's forces of causing the fire by shelling the nearby city of Enerhodar, which, like the plant, was captured by Russia soon after its February 2022 invasion. The IAEA said there had been no reported impact on nuclear safety at the site. Ukraine's Energoatom said Russia's negligence or arson could have sparked the fire. Without providing evidence, it also said Russia uses the plant's cooling towers to store military equipment and explosives. Russian officials, in turn, accused Ukraine of deliberately trying to destroy the plant and sow nuclear terror. The 6 reactors at the plant, located close to the front line of the war in Ukraine, are not in operation, but the facility relies on external power to keep its nuclear material cool and prevent a catastrophic accident. Moscow and Ukraine have routinely accused each other of endangering safety around it. That is from Reuters. There is no other border camera I have access to right now. This is it. This is the Lebanon border camera I have access to. Thanks so much to Jason044 for your support. Thank you, Jason. Excuse me. Thanks to Amanda Mosher for your note and for being a member. What does this say here? Hold on a second here. Al Arabiya, which is an Arabic language news outlet. Hold on. They claim that Israeli army radio said the number of marches in the north has been doubled in anticipation of a response from Hezbollah. What is march? I bet that's a bad translation. The number of marches in the north? I don't know what the proper translation is. I also don't know if that's an accurate report. I haven't seen it anywhere else. Recon drones? Patrols? Patrols or drones? I could see that. I haven't seen the original report. So that's... They say it's from Israeli Army Radio, but I haven't seen the original Israeli Army Radio before. It's 4:16 a.m. Hey, thanks so much, Adrian Goodman, for your support. For the gift memberships, Adrian. Thank you, Matthew Jaffe. Matthew said there's another ship going to the Middle East. Is that just something, Matthew, from like a marine traffic site, or is that a ship that's been announced to be on its way over there? Thank you so much, Matthew Jaffe. Hold on. Hang on. It's from CENTCOM? CENTCOM didn't mention the Harry Truman. Hey, thanks to Brig Commander for your support. I really appreciate that, Brig Commander. Thank you. And also, thanks so much, Marty Hagwood. That's so generous of you, Marty Hagwood. Thank you, Marty, for your support of the channel. Very nice of you. Thank you also, Slothy-esque, for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you also, Cruella, for your support. Thank you, Cruella. Thank you also, Walter Beasley. Walter says Russia and China will get involved if this keeps up. Thank you also to our new member, Luis Hernandez. We are bringing you continuous updates here. There are signs that a strike on Israel by Iran or Hezbollah or both could be coming soon. Jibin Jive says real soon. Gordon Gott says this is building up fast now. Remember, there was also that kind of odd announcement by Hamas earlier today where they seemed to say that they're not going to be participating in the August 15th ceasefire negotiations. Seemed kind of odd timing for the announcement. We were discussing that earlier. See from Associated Press, Hamas wants plans for deal instead of more talks. Hamas appeared to push back against resuming negotiations on Thursday on any new ceasefire proposals. In a statement, it urged the mediators, U.S., Egypt, and Qatar to submit a plan to implement what was agreed to on last month based on President Biden's proposal, instead of going to more rounds of negotiations or new proposals that provide cover for the occupation's aggression. So we were thinking when they made that statement, are they making that statement they think there's some sort of Hezbollah, Iran attack coming? I was wondering if maybe they were, by making that statement, giving Hezbollah and Iran cover so that people couldn't say, oh, they're messing up. Oh, Iran and Hezbollah are messing up the ceasefire talks. JBL thinks Hamas is not interested in a ceasefire. .24 a.m. So we told you about this already. U.S. publicly announced a submarine move to Middle East amid Israel-Iran tensions. That's from Reuters. They also announced the Secretary of Defense told a carrier group to accelerate its transit there. But in that article, Reuters says, Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader of Iran-backed Hamas, was assassinated in the Iranian capital Tehran on July 31st, an attack that drew threats of revenge by Iran against Israel. Iran blamed Israel for the killing. Israel has not claimed responsibility. The assassination and the killing of the senior military commander of the Iran-backed Lebanese group Hezbollah, Fuad Shakir, by Israel in a strike on Beirut have fueled concern the conflict in Gaza was turning into a wider Middle East war. .25 a.m. Thank you so much, Sean Savoy, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Sean. Thank you also, Blue Ridger 28. Blue Ridger 28, thanks. Says, I wonder how much it costs to run a carrier strike group for just one day. It just feels like we're getting closer. Thanks to Eddie B, and good luck to his dad, Pat Keys, who has recently been deployed. Thanks to Pat for his service. Oh, thanks also. Thanks to Evil Black for 10 memberships. I appreciate that. Evil, thank you for the 10 memberships Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a membership. That's very nice of you. It will start getting light there in about, it'll start getting light in like 45 minutes to an hour, based on previous days. Supreme Commander Pop Bear writes to me and says, looks like things will get very, very bad in any given moment. Regional large war looming. Look, the issue is, one issue is, if Hezbollah or Iran or both attack Israel and they do some kind of significant damage, then Israel might feel it needs to launch a strong response. And then each side keeps thinking that they need to launch a response, and then who knows where it goes. Another issue which the Institute for the Study of War has raised is they talk about how Iran's missiles can be unreliable. And if Iran is firing lots of drones and missiles, or Hezbollah is firing lots of drones and missiles into Israel, what happens if one of them goes off course and hits a civilian target? This whole kind of latest round of back and forth started when several weeks ago it's believed to be a Hezbollah rocket landed on a soccer field in Israel-controlled Golan Heights and killed 12 young people. And I don't know for sure, but based on what I've heard, I would guess that Hezbollah rocket was not actually targeting the soccer field. I don't think Hezbollah is really interested in just targeting a soccer field in the Golan Heights just to do it. But, when that happened, Israel felt they had to do something, whether or not it was intentional. And then they ended up assassinating this commander of Hezbollah in Beirut. Then they also ended up assassinating, it looks like, the head of Hamas in Tehran, Iran, but that wasn't in response to the rocket that hit the soccer field. My point though is, and this is a point the Institute of the Study of War makes, is all it takes is just one drone or one missile goes off course, or a missile could get shot down and then the debris comes down on like a civilian building or something like that. All it takes is not even intentional, just an accident for civilian. If there's some civilian thing where civilians get killed, then there'll be such an outrage in Israel that Israel will probably think they have to really, really strongly respond to Iran. And then who knows what happens then, So this can be a big issue. Once fighting is going on, it can just escalate, even if people don't intend it to. Also, I've been saying this since Haniyeh was assassinated. It was a huge deal that Israel, presumably, Israel assassinated Haniyeh in Tehran. Haniyeh was visiting Iran as a guest of Iran for the Iranian president's inauguration. He had just met with the supreme leader that day, and he was staying in an Iranian government-controlled guest house. And there was an explosion, basically where he was staying, and it blew him up. That is so provocative. it's not only it's embarrassing for Iran, but it's also very, very provocative. It's taking somebody who was your guest, and at a state event, and going into your capital and going into your government building and assassinating the person. So, as I said back then, I would not be surprised, whatever the reason for it, whatever the justification, they did it. So I would not be surprised if Iran feels we can't let them do this stuff. I'm not taking anybody's side. I'm just telling you, I told you then that I would be surprised if Iran didn't feel it really had to have a strong response to this. And that's just hours after they assassinated the top commander in Hezbollah. Remember, Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy group. It's almost like a branch of the Iranian military in a way, Hezbollah. And they did it in Beirut, in a suburb of Beirut, which is in itself provocative. So I think you have to think about what this was like, what Iran is thinking. And I've been saying since last week that I thought that they would think that they needed a strong response because they would think that Israel was out of control. I mean, how would the U.S. feel if somebody was here as a guest of the United States for a presidential inauguration and staying at like the next building over from the White House, and then a bomb blew up? You know, if Iran or Russia or something assassinated some friend of the U.S. when he was here for the presidential inauguration or like a state dinner, when he was in government housing. I don't think the U.S. would be very happy about that. So again, I'm not telling you to take sides. I'm just saying. I don't think this is something where Iran necessarily wants to kind of just let it slide. Guys, the Iron Dome did not fail. Please say it with me. The Iron Dome did not fail. I want you all to repeat after me. I want you to repeat. Let's do an exercise. Repeat after me. Just because someone said it on social media doesn't make it true. I don't know how many times I have to say this to you. I mean, when you guys, like, when you want to see if something's wrong with your car, do you go to social media and just diagnose your car based on what some random account that has nothing to do with cars said about your car? No, you don't. You don't trust that. If you have a big decision to make in your life, do you go to social media and just pick some random account and the first thing you read, you say, oh, that's true? I just don't understand it. So just stop messaging me about that. Seriously. It's enough already. It didn't fail. Stop it. Just stop. Got message after message. It's ridiculous. Every stream we do, there's like two or more things that is like the lie of the day. It's the clearly unsupported thing people are posting on social media today, which has no good support for it, that everybody's messaging me about. I mean, at a certain point, after like 20 of these things, after the 20th day in a row where you have just blindly followed these accounts that post these things, and after 20 or so days where all of these things turn out to be false, at a certain point, aren't you like, maybe these accounts are not the best ones to rely on? Now come on. You can do better than this, people. You can do better. I should keep a running list so I can remind everybody of the latest rumor of the day that you're all messaging me about. Okay. And then people send me videos, I guess supposedly proving this, of like explosions on the ground. The Iron Dome, it is very common for when rockets come in, if they're going to some area that's not occupied, they can just land there. I believe the Iron Dome won't even fire at them, which makes sense because you don't want to waste interceptors when you don't have to. So literally, the Israeli, like the IDF just posted like an hour or two ago, and they said there were like 30 rockets fired by Hezbollah, and a bunch of them, some of them were shot down, and some landed in open areas. It's very common for rockets fired at Israel to land in open areas. They're not going to shoot it down. They can tell where it's going. They're not, if it's just going to land in the middle of some field, there's no reason for them to waste an expensive interceptor. It is the most common thing in the world for some of the rockets to land in open areas. So showing a video of something landing somewhere doesn't mean that Iron Dome failed. I'm literally looking at an NPR article, for example. An NPR article from June 2024. If the rocket is likely to hit an open area, then the missile system won't fire. But if it's headed for a populated area, then Iron Dome will launch. So if you send me a video, and the video shows a rocket hitting an open area and exploding on the ground, you're actually showing me that the Iron Dome is working, not that it failed. What you're saying shows that it failed is actually showing it's working because it is not wasting its valuable interceptors on rockets that weren't going to hit anything anyway. Thank you so much, Mitch13, for your support. Thank you, Mitch. Also, French Toaster. Test complete. Thank you, French Toaster. I appreciate that. Thank you also, Tiff, for your support. It is 4:42 a.m., guys. 4:42 a.m. There are no reports of injuries or damage that I have seen from the Hezbollah rockets that were fired like a couple hours ago. Just checking. People have sent me some messages. I want to just kind of go over some of them. Some of the ones I haven't seen. Our viewer Justin Gorham says, I believe Iran is waiting for advanced defense systems from Russia to attack in preparation for retaliatory strikes from Israel when it does happen. However, the fact Ukraine's army has advanced into Russian territory recently may be affecting the speed at which those systems are being transferred to Iran via Russia. My guess is it's not related. My guess is that there's not a connection between the Ukraine advance into Kursk is relatively not that far into Kursk, so I don't think that would be affecting any kind of shipments to Iran. I could be wrong, but that would be my guess there. But Justin, thank you, Justin, for writing in. You remind me. I wanted to just repeat in case you guys didn't see it. In case you guys didn't see it, there was an interesting piece of analysis today from the Institute for the Study of War, which does military analysis on their site. I really like it, understandingwar.org. And they said in their Iran update today, they said, this is what they said. They said they believe Iran has not retaliated quickly against Israel because Iran very likely seeks to ensure that its next attack restores deterrence with Israel while simultaneously avoiding a large-scale war. Again, they say Iran has not retaliated quickly against Israel because Iran very likely seeks to ensure that its next attack restores deterrence with Israel while simultaneously avoiding a large-scale war. ISW writes, Iran previously attacked Israel on April 13th, 12 days after Israel killed one of Iran's senior-most military commanders in Syria on April 1st. Iran and its allies fired around 170 one-way attack drones, 30 cruise missiles, and 120 ballistic missiles at Israel in its April 2024 attack. The U.S., Israel, and their allies intercepted most of the projectiles, and the Iranian attack did significantly less damage than Tehran intended. Iranian leaders are therefore incentivized to carefully and slowly calculate their next attack to ensure that the attack inflicts serious damage on Israel, thereby restoring Iranian deterrence with Israel. Iran will likely also ensure that the attack will not trigger a major war. How they do both those things, I'm not exactly sure. Western intelligence sources previously assessed, according to Sky News Arabia, I believe, that Iran and Lebanese Hezbollah may attack Israel on the Jewish holiday Tisha B'Av on night of August 12th to night of August 13th, although Iran might wait longer to conduct its next attack to ensure that the attack achieves its strategic goals. The Institute for the Study of War also said Iran also intends to stoke fear and anxiety among Israelis by slowing its response and capitalizing on speculation about when and how it will respond. It says they did that in April, too. If you want to read that article by Institute for the Study of War, I will post a link. It's a good site, really good site, understandingwar.org, and they are also on X at the study of war. I will post the link to the article right now for you. Hey, thanks to Alexander Haynes for your support. Thank you, Alexander. Also, Gregory Albright. Gregory says Iran is selling missiles to Russia, not the other way around. Now, the New York Times did report at some point a few days ago that sources told them that Russia was giving Iran air defense. But who knows? I can't confirm that. Thank you so much, Gregory Albright. Thank you also, Simply Ollie and Long Range Precision Shooting, who thinks Iran has blinked. Wow. Already? Long Range Precision Shooting, thank you. Also, thanks Greg Pondell for the gift membership, and Martin Gingrich for your support, and Daniel Armistead, our new member, and Hal9001. Thanks for your support. Thank you, Mateen Nasseri. When do you think Iran will attack? I don't know. It seems like I wouldn't. It's, you know, Axios is saying could be in the next few days. I've heard a few reports suggest the next few days. I would not be surprised. Kind of hears. It seems like what we're kind of the noise we're hearing suggests it's going to be soon. Thank you, Cyborg King. For your support. Cyborg King says, what's your source that it didn't fail? IDF. See, you're saying that if somebody says on the internet, random person says it failed, the burden is equally on me to prove it didn't fail than you to prove it failed. Even though this is a highly documented, reliable system that's been in use for years, and there's all kinds of documented evidence of its reliability. Yet your claim is that the burden is equally on me to provide proof that it didn't fail, that it is on you to provide proof that it failed. I would disagree with that claim, based on all of the evidence of it having reliability that's out there. Bradley George, our viewer, says, a lot of people don't realize that the Iron Dome system is not a 100% shoot-down rate. It is definitely a modern marvel and has saved many lives. That's what Bradley George, our viewer, says. It is 4:52 a.m. 4:52 a.m. Thank you, Simply Ollie, for your support. I'm starting to hear some birds. I'm starting to hear some birds. Martin, I don't think that's a rocket. People keep, once in a while we see this thing on the screen, which is like a fast-moving light. We've seen it like every day, I feel like, for the last few days. I don't think it's a rocket or a missile. I think it's, I don't know if it's a bug or something with the camera, but it's the same thing. So I'll just show it again because people keep seeing this. But if it were a rocket or a missile or something or whatever, you would be hearing about it. But just to show you again. So Martin Gingrich spotted this one. It's going to be on the left side of your screen. Watch the left side of your screen right now. Right here, watch. See that thing right there? Right there? Watch this right in here. Oh, I didn't go back far enough. Right here. Did I miss it again? I missed it again. Right here. Watch it right here. Right here, right here, right here. See that right there? Right in there? Yeah, so if it were really, I know it looks like something is launched, but if it were really a rocket or something, like there would be reports about it and stuff. So I don't know what, we just see those kinds of things on the camera once in a while, and I don't know what's causing it, but you know, this kind, if it were again, if it were some weapon or something, you would hear reports about it. C-Death thinks it's 100% a UFO. Martin, no problem. I'm actually glad you mentioned it because it comes up a bunch, so I like that we can mention it. Because we actually talked about one of those earlier tonight. No problem, Martin. Thank you for your support. Thanks, by the way, to Amirali Kazemaparsa, if I'm pronouncing that right. Amirali Kazemaparsa, thanks for the gift membership. That's nice of you. Thank you. I'm not aware of anything abnormal on flight radar right now. There's planes over Iran, as usual. Planes going in and out of Tel Aviv and Israel, as usual. Planes in the area. So I'm not aware of anything, you know, big and out of the ordinary. I will say, you know, in the next couple days, if you hear that Israel is telling its citizens to stay close to their shelters and not have group events, that would be certainly something telling. If there were kind of, you know, flight restrictions, airspace restrictions, new ones, that could be telling. So we'll look out for those. Eddie V thinks it'll be tomorrow. Thanks to all of our moderators. Over there on Twitch, DeBears, Good Luck Duck, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Thanks so much. Speaking of Twitch, thanks to Elector for your support. Elector, in the last attack in April, Israel and the U.S. and their partners shot down the vast majority of the missiles and drones. Thank you, Elector. I don't know if you're referring to April, but if you're referring to April in your question, I want to give an answer there. And then thank you on Facebook. By the way, in 20 minutes on Facebook, when we hit 8 hours, Facebook ends the stream. Facebook ends the stream after 8 hours, so I would have to restart after 8 hours on Facebook if you're watching. Charlotte Webb has been over there. Ronald Egnor. Thanks to our Facebook mods. Ruth Krafasi on YouTube. Kinetic, thank you. Beezy, thank you so much. Cynthia Moon, thank you. Moderators, Linda Belk and Larry on X. Huge thanks to our moderators. It is 5 a.m. We will go till it starts getting light out like we usually do. It is 5 a.m. Israel time. Some of you think there could be some sort of attack tonight. Thank you, Tony J, for the gift memberships. Thank you, Tony J. So what we've been doing here, I mean, if there's something that happens during daylight, I can always just come on the air. But my general approach has been to be on the air when it gets dark out. So if nothing happens before daylight, then my plan would be to come on the air right as it's getting dark. Tomorrow, my time. PW360 says, would Iran be seen as weak if it doesn't hit anything in Israel and everything is intercepted? Yeah, I think it would be seen as weak. So, I mean, that's why the Institute for the Study of War was saying they would be taking extra time, because they actually would want an attack to have a deterrent effect on Israel by actually causing some damage. So I certainly don't think they'd want the same result as April. Joan Vissel says, don't they have satellite views of what Iran is doing? So I don't know how much the U.S. and Israel can tell what's going on. I mean, I'm sure that Iran knows that Israel and the U.S. are watching with satellites. So if they have to do preparations, they're probably doing their best to not have those preparations out in the open, or do decoy preparations or whatever. They'll assume that they're being watched. .503. Thank you, Elazior. Oh, the attack tonight in northern Israel? Elazior, thank you. I said elector. There's elector and Elazior. Anyways, the IDF said that they shot down some of the rockets tonight from Hezbollah, and some of them landed in open areas. That's what the IDF said. Actually, what they strictly speaking, I'm sorry, is what they said is approximately 30 projectiles were identified. a number of which fell in open areas. But there's video that appears to show, like that Joe Truzman posted, there's video that appears to show interceptions. So given that there's no reports of any actually causing damage, and you would when a rocket lands and cause damage, it is reported in the press there. So given that there's no reports of that and there's video of things being intercepted, my guess is that some were intercepted and some fell in open areas, and there were no injuries. Rule says there's rockets every night. I don't know if it's every night, but there's very often. Very often. Thanks to Alex Price for your support. Thank you, Alex. Yes, it is. It is the morning of the 12th in Israel. It is the Monday morning, the 12th in Israel, 5:05 a.m. (5:05 a.m.) Thank you so much, My Life Unscripted, who thinks the attack could happen today or tomorrow. And as My Life Unscripted says, Tisha B'Av is the 9th day of the Jewish month of Av. I didn't realize that. It is a holiday where Jewish people fast and remember disasters in Jewish history. Wikipedia says it is regarded as the saddest day in the Jewish calendar. Some people think Iran or Hezbollah might attack. Tisha B'Av starts the night of the 12th. Thank you so much, My Life Unscripted. That's very nice of you. Thank you. Thank you also, Matthew Rennick, for your support. Ralph Waters says Tisha means 9. I can replay. Should I replay when we heard the rocket sirens earlier? I don't even remember when that was. Someone might have to tell me the time code of that. But in case people didn't see it, I can replay when the sirens sounded and we saw an interceptor. I wasn't even at my desk. I had to run in here. Some people mentioned it. People are saying different times in the chat. There's like a bunch of different times. Oh, I can find it. I know where it is. So I'm going to show you what happened earlier. This was like 3 hours ago when the rocket sirens went off near the Lebanese-Israel border. And we saw on the right one of the interceptors firing. So You're going to hear this in a second. Again, this is a replay. This is not your. You're going to hear some sirens, but the sirens are not live. The sirens are not live. The sirens are from the video, replay video. So get ready. You're going to hear sirens in a second. Ready? Ready for the sirens? Get ready. They're going to go off in a second. This was earlier. This was 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago. This is a replay. This is a replay from 3 hours ago. Now watch. Get ready. Those were the rocket sirens. Now look at the right side of the screen. Look at below me. Look at below me right now. Look at below me. See the interceptor firing right sirens. There you go. It's watch. There's the interceptor right there. I just heard sirens. Oh, there's one more time. There's the interceptor right there. I just heard sirens. Oh, there's that was scary. So that was just a rocket alert. That's what happens when there's a rocket alert. The sirens don't last that long. Andy Guns says whoever wins in November will have their hands full. What if there's a big conflict in the Middle East while which I don't want to happen, but while like the election is about to happen? No, that wasn't the big retaliation attack. That was like the typical rocket attack. $5:12 a.m. Hey, thank you, Elector, on Twitch for your support. Thank you also, Rusty BBB. So, Rusty, there are cruise missiles and there are ballistic missiles. I don't know how high they always go. Ballistic missiles fly higher than cruise missiles do. I think it depends on what range the ballistic missiles are, how high they go up in the air. But for example, Shahab-3 rockets, according to Wikipedia, which is an Iranian rocket, goes about 250 miles high, as crazy as that sounds. But those are ballistic missiles. Whereas cruise missiles, according to the Congressional Budget Office, actually, let me see here. Oops. A cruise missile typically flies at low altitudes, ranging from less than 100 meters to 30 to 40 kilometers for a hypersonic cruise missile. It just depends on, I mean, there's a range depending on the missile. But ballistic, I am not a missile expert, but the ballistic are, they go much higher than the cruise missiles do. There's different advantages or disadvantages for using ballistic versus cruise missiles. Iran in the attack in April fired both ballistic and cruise missiles. Ryan2426 says, imagine a pop fly versus a line drive. Although the ballistic get there faster. Do I think Israel will do a preemptive strike? No. I've consistently said no because it would escalate things. Israel's allies would hate it. And I don't really know what great benefit it would give them versus the cost of definitively escalating things and their allies being mad about it. So I would be really surprised if they did. Thank you, Matthew Rennick, for your support. And Jersey, Texas, our member. And Taylor Holcomb, our new member. And Daniel Armistead, thanks for your support. Daniel, I thought Jordan, we were reading articles yesterday saying Jordan said that they were going to shoot down anything in its airspace and that they were defending their own country and that they weren't protecting Israel. Yeah, I don't see the article you're talking about, but we read an article about Jordan yesterday where they said that they're going to shoot down what's in their airspace and they're not doing it specifically to protect Israel. So I'll show you right now. I'll show you right now from Reuters from yesterday. Jordan will not be a battlefield for Iran or Israel, foreign minister warns. Jordan actually shot down a bunch of drones in the April attack. Jordan's foreign ministry said Saturday that the kingdom would not be a battlefield for Iran or Israel. We will not be a battlefield for Iran or Israel. We inform the Iranians and the Israelis that we will not allow anyone to violate our airspace and risk the safety of our citizens. He said in an interview with Al Arabiya TV, we will intercept anything that passes through our airspace or think constitutes a threat to us or our citizens. In April, Jordan said it intercepted flying objects that entered its airspace as Tehran launched explosive drones. Anyways, that's what I had heard. That's from Reuters. Thank you so much, Daniel Armistead. Thank you, Daniel. Now, maybe they're saying something different to somebody else. I haven't seen the article though. Thanks also, Supreme Commander Papa Bear, for your support. Times of Israel says several reports Sunday evening indicated Israel was expecting a major Iranian attack to be launched within days. So we know Axios is reporting that. I believe Khan News was saying something like that. Yes. Times of Israel says Khan News and Channel 13 News in Israel also reported that Israel's updated assessment was that Iran intends to launch a major attack this week. So Channel 13 News and Khan News in Israel and Axios are all reporting this. Thank you, Anonymous Nobody, for the gift memberships. Thank you. Make sure you thank somebody if they give you a gift membership. It's starting to get light out, guys. It's starting to get light out. It's starting to get light out. Oh, I got to restart the Facebook stream. I got to restart the Facebook stream. It always ends after 8 hours. I'm restarting the Facebook stream. Done. Thank you, Rusty BBB, for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you, Rusty. We're hearing some birds. We're hearing birds. It's getting light out. There was a lot happening on the stream tonight. I mean, it wasn't, the attack didn't happen, but there was a bunch of news, and we had the rocket alert. There was lots of stuff happening. Well, I hope there's no attack, but I'm not optimistic. It seems like it's going to happen soon. Seems like it's going to happen soon. Golf Wang Puck says it'll happen. So what I'll plan on doing is we'll give it a few more minutes here, but eventually, when it gets a little more light, when it gets a little more light, I'll wrap up the stream, and then I'll come on again when it's getting dark. But if in between that time, if something big happens 5 minutes after I get off the air, I can just do another stream. Nothing's stopping me from doing another stream. So I'll be keeping an eye on it. By the way, also when we're not on the air, you can get updates from me on my X account, which is @Lookner. Right here, @Lookner on X. That's where I post breaking news updates when I'm not live here. You can follow me over there. I got to try to get some more sleep tonight, though. I do want to mention that I want to remind you about our notifications. The free notifications, they work really good. They tell you when we're going on the air. You get an alert. Sign up once, you get an alert every time. You know, I could, maybe in 2 hours there'll be breaking news and I'll do another stream. So it can be very helpful to sign up for the notifications so you get notified. But our mods will post the link to the Discord notifications in the chat. Or you can find the link on the Facebook and YouTube description for this broadcast, but I would suggest signing up for those so you don't miss a stream. And at the same link, you can check out our Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air, which a lot of our viewers like to do. It's the same link as the notifications. It's also free. Big thanks to the Discord mods as well. And I do want to mention, so I really appreciate some people have expressed interest in being a moderator, which is awesome. And on YouTube now, we have like this significant wait list. So I would hold off on YouTube about asking about moderating for the moment, because our mods are the ones who have to like look at everybody who's coming in and deal with all that. So, but if you're not watching on YouTube and you want to be a mod, you can ask about the mods. You can ask about that on Twitch or Facebook, I guess would be the thing. The modding system is not really set up. It needs to be fixed on X. But Twitch or Facebook, if you want a mod over there, ask the mods about that. You get more information. Thanks to Dagon O for being a member on YouTube. Thank you. You know, Rocky Coast remembers when we covered the escaped prisoner, and then we were on the air when he was caught. And you didn't know when he was going to get caught, but we were on the air when he was. I remember that. We heard it on the scanner live when he was. We should shout out our moderators again. They are so awesome. They're always here. We couldn't have chat rooms without them. They keep it civil and respectful in the chat room, so thank our mods. Over there on YouTube, people like Cynthia Moon and Ruth Krafasi and Beezy. We've had a bunch of mods in and out. Really appreciate all of them. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. On Twitch, to Bears, Good Luck Duck. I got that fire, Papa Bear Surly Dev. Charlotte Webb and Ronald Egnor, I know, have been over there on Facebook. I'm probably missing some. All of our mods, thank you. Did I say Linda Belk and Larry on X? Thank you. I also appreciate people writing in and sending news updates, and also letting me read your comments on the air and sending questions in. So thanks for not only watching, but for participating in the broadcast as well. Voting on the polls. $527. But again, if we're off the air and something big happens, if it's big enough, I'll just come back on the air. A reminder, if you watch on YouTube, and you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, which is also a good idea, you need to do this thing. You need to do this thing on YouTube where you click this bell, activate this bell, and then you choose all notifications. So click the notifications bell and then choose all notifications if you're watching on YouTube. Also a reminder, I do have a personal channel. When it's not so busy with the news, sometimes we're on the personal channel. It's been busy with news lately. That is called Lookner on YouTube and Look Nerd with a D on Twitch. And I do non-news live streaming over there. One day we'll be back over there for a stream. One day. Thank Thanks, RP64, for your kind words. By the way, I appreciate everybody who donated. That is super nice of you guys. You are the ones who allow this channel to exist and allow me to be able to buy footage and everything. So thanks for supporting the channel and allowing the channel to be here. If you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. We haven't been on the personal channel for like a month or something. Oh, thank you to Lex, our new member. Thanks, Lex. Hey, thanks to our subscribers over there on Facebook, like Jane Summers and Diane Allworth, Kristen McConnell Gates, Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, all of our subscribers there. Suzanne Priest Buchner, thank you. Still trying to get them to fix the stars. Still going back and forth on that. All of our Twitch subscribers, thanks for your support over there, like New Dragons and Wall Street and Shaggy, Mahjong Lady, DeBears, and Integrity Farmer Bob, I Rule All. Thanks for subscribing there. Jack's Animals. We have Jack's Animals, Jackson22, and Jack's Haku. They're all subscribers. Relila, James54, thanks for subscribing. Allistic and all of our other Twitch subscribers as it gets light out there. Stunned in the North. Also our YouTube members, thanks to our YouTube members. Oh, I'll show you Tel Aviv. Let's look at the Tel Aviv shot. Can look at that. We'll make that big. We'll make that big for you so you can see that sunrise at Tel Aviv. Just for the fun of it. Oh, thanks to the Grim Reefer from Faytuck's Discord. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks to Faytuck's and Elint, Faytuck's News and Elint News for the updates today on X. Oh yeah, thanks to our YouTube members. Really appreciate all of our YouTube members like Jeff Peterson, Donna Smith, Hassel DeHoff, Mothra, Kenneth Colton, Right Fielder, Viral Dogs, CC Truck, Loki, Winding Road, Berry, Donna Smith, Mothra, probably repeat some people, Jeff H, Kelly Smith, Allie C, Tremel, James Budd, Sean Savoy, Angie Taylor Holcomb, Jeff H, Jean Romaine, Adrian R, Knox Corvus, Lex, thanks for being members, Bluebird Softball Cookie, Sylvia S, It's Me, Ivan, Can We Not, Love Grows, Viral Dogs, Fox and Socks, Daniel Armistead, Steve Sanderosa, Hal 9001, Panda 3000, Dafta, thanks for being members, Christina B, Wickedest Witch, Darky 7, JD Riddle, Dr. Edward Moskowitz, Paula Faust, Ronan, John Flick, John Underwood. Hey, My Life Unscripted just gave 5 people memberships. Thanks, My Life Unscripted. That's really nice of you. Thanks so much. Kenneth Colton, Mitch 13, Paula Faust. Thanks, Tony, for watching a long time. Thank you, Tony. And Ryan Minut as well. Look at that sunrise in Tel Aviv, guys. Oh my gosh. Sunrise in Tel Aviv. This shot actually looks better than Haifa because Haifa is like a little cloudy at the moment. This one is nicer than the Haifa shot right now. Oh, thanks to Midnight Expose Media. It's very nice of you. Thank you. Oh, you know what? Oopsie. I have the wrong audio. I made the Tel Aviv shot bigger, but I need to put the Tel Aviv audio on. Sorry. I had the audio from the other shot on. I don't even know if you can hear Tel Aviv audio. I don't even know if there's audio on this shot, to be honest. Oh, I might have to fix it. You know what? If you give me a second, I'll fix the audio on the Tel Aviv shot. I just need a second. It's going to freeze for a second, and then I'm going to fix the audio on the Tel Aviv shot. Sorry. This is frozen. The Tel Aviv shot is frozen right now. I'll unfreeze it. It's just I got to do this to fix the audio. Hopefully, let's see. Yes, we have audio from Tel Aviv. It's not that loud. But that is... I'm hearing some birds. I'm hearing some birds in Tel Aviv. Yeah, I'm going to have to get some rest. I'm going to have to get some rest. It's almost that time, guys. It is almost that time. Thanks to Marshmallow for your kind words. Thanks for being a member. Marshmallow. Julie Shields says that skyline is stunning. Linda A. Delaney Norman says a beautiful sunrise in Tel Aviv. Deborah Barron says beautiful sunrise. Tia Christie says it looks peaceful and beautiful there. Jessica says looks like a painting. Paul Smith says it is time to make the donuts. Craig Nelson still thinks Iran ain't going to do anything. Thanks so much to Music Muse as well. Thank you, Music Muse. I really want to visit the Middle East. I have never visited. Oh, you know what I want to do real quick? Let me just show you guys, because we look at that You know, we look at that border shot of the Lebanon-Israel border, and we always see it in the dark. But just so you can see it, that's what it looks like in the light. So, you know, we've been looking at that shot all night, the border shot there. But you can see in the distance is Lebanon, because it's like mountainy there. But I just wanted to let you see what it looks like on that shot when we're not when it's not dark out. You know, oops, that's what it looks like. That's the Lebanon-Israel border. And that's Tel Aviv. Telone thinks they're going to attack today. Michael Foglio says, I'm afraid it's going to be a long night for Israel. The one and only says, I think in the next 3 days. I would like to visit Dubai as well. I'd like to visit a lot of places. At some point, I'll travel some more. Rethink says, I think today is the day. Yeah, sometimes I have access to the Gaza border cam. We were showing that earlier. I mean, there's just not that much going on there right now. This is just so you can see the Gaza camera. This is the Gaza camera here. That's the Gaza border. So if it was more light out, you could see it's a bunch of destruction of destroyed buildings back there. But that's the Gaza camera. Well, it's Israel in front of you and then Gaza after that. But we were looking at that earlier too. Devil Doc says, beautiful morning in Tel Aviv. You know what's happening now? I think there's a thing with the camera lighting. You see how the buildings look all weird gray? See the color of the buildings is all weird now, kind of? That might be because the camera is set to shoot in the dark. And then when the light comes up, it needs to get fixed. Sometimes that messes with the cameras. I don't know for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. Anyways, guys, I think it is time. So, again, thanks to our mods again. I appreciate it, and all of the viewers and the chatters and everybody who donated. And again, shout out to our moderators, Linda Belk and Larry on X, AJ, Ruth Krafasi, BZ, Cynthia Moon, all of our mods. thanked them earlier. To Bears, Good Luck Duck. I Got That Fire, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, Ronald Egnor, Charlotte Webb, all of our mods, thank you. All right, so again, my plan is, if there's something huge that happens, I can come back on the air. But in the absence of something huge, I will come back when it starts getting dark again, and we will cover this again. Okay? So I really appreciate you joining for the broadcast. I will post on my X account @Lookner with news when I'm not on the air, and we will cover this more as the situation develops when it gets dark. And if it's big enough, we'll come on before then. All right. Thank you, Mortz, for being here. Big Boss Now. Who Shot JR, UK Batman, and everybody else, 586 Smoker, and everybody else watching. All right, guys. That is it for now. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.